speaker, Stephanie Taylor, who is the program lead for the Google Summer of Code program, which is such an amazing and wonderful program in this space. I know how much we support it and adore it, and how much you guys all appreciate it. And I know that we have some students here in the audience, so that, or past participants, I should say, in the audience, so both online and in person. So thank you guys very, very much. So I'm very, very pleased to introduce Stephanie Taylor this morning, who's going to be speaking about the Google Summer of Code and 20 years of OSS mentorship. Take it away.
Thank you. Testing. Thank you all for coming out here this morning. I know getting up Saturday morning is trying, especially when it's warm outside, but thanks for making it here. Today, I'm really going to talk kind of about the overall findings and some of the lessons learned that we have had over the last 20 years of Google Summer of Code. And hopefully this will help you if you're building your own mentorship programs or if you want to be a mentor yourselves. There's lots of tips and tricks in here. So let me get started by introducing myself. I am Stephanie Taylor. I have been at Google in the Google Open Source Programs Office for about 13 and a half years now. And I have been really lucky because I've been able to focus the majority of my time on contributor programs. And the main two contributor programs that we have for open source, getting more open source folks into our communities, are Google Summer of Code and Google Code-In. Was anybody here involved in Google Code-In as a mentor, org admin, or student? Yep. A few of you, yes. All right, great. Thank you. So Google Code-In was a contest that we ran for 10 years that was designed to bring pre-university students that were 13 to 17 years old into open source development. So really giving them an introduction to open source. And that taught us a whole lot of lessons, and we'll talk about that later. But today I'm going to mostly focus on Google Summer of Code, which we started back in 2005. When I joined the team, I was helping with Summer of Code, but then I took over the program leading it in 2015. So I've been doing this, I guess this is my 9th program, I think. So it's been a great journey. It's been such an amazing experience, especially to be able to come events like this and to also just hear so much amazing feedback from our mentors and from our GSOC contributors. That's what we call them now, because not everybody's a student. So when I say GSOC contributor, for the first 17, 18 years, they were all students, but the last couple of years, we have opened the program to people that are beginners in open source, so they just have to be 18 years old. They don't have to be students, so that is a change. But I'm not going to go into the details of how the Google Summer of Code program is run. Happy to talk to you about that after the chat today. I'm just going to kind of move along because I could do a whole hour and a half on just what GSOC is and all the ins and outs of that, but I'm not going to do that today. Now, both of these programs are mentorship programs, particularly Google Summer of Code. Basically, most people spend about 12 weeks under the guidance of a mentor. Some people, it's up to 22 weeks. This is a change we've made in the program, so anywhere from technically 8 weeks to 22 weeks under the direct guidance of a mentor. All of our programs are remote. They're all online, so the mentor might be in Indonesia and the student might be in Colombia. So it's incredibly important that we've had these amazing mentors. Over 21,000 mentors from 138 countries have mentored almost 22,000. It's like 21,900 and something. So almost 22,000 contributors from 123 countries. So that's pretty amazing. This program wouldn't work without all of those mentors. Those mentors are devoting their time, their energy, they're telling their stories. They're really spending quality time with their mentees. So many of them have been doing it for 15, 20 years, which is amazing. So a big round of applause to all of our mentors. We just did a GSOC meetup here in Denver a couple of days ago, and it was really cool because we asked people to bring t-shirts from the oldest GSOC t-shirts they had, and we actually had people bring 2005, so the first year of the program, 2006, and 2009. So that's pretty amazing. So it goes to show that we really do have a lot of people who, now those are mostly mentors, well actually some of them were students first too, but these are people who have stayed involved in their open source communities for decades, which is amazing. And that's really the ultimate goal, right? We want to mentor people in all of the different open source mentorship programs out there. You want to bring them to your communities, and you want them to stay around. So that is one of the key things we're going to talk about today. One other point is that, so we've been doing GSOC since 2005. Over 1,000 different open source organizations have taken part in this program and mentored students. Someone asked me the other day, well, how do you know if the program is helpful for organizations? And I said, well, if it wasn't helpful for the organizations, they wouldn't come back year after year, because it really is a lot of work. We try to do a lot of the administrative part on our side, on the Google side, to take some of that off of you, like we do the payments, et cetera. But there is still so much organization involved by the org admins for any organization that is participating as a mentoring org in GSOC. So if it wasn't worth it to your community, I don't think you'd be coming back and doing this year after year, because it does take a lot of time and effort and energy from all of your community members, from coming up with the ideas for the projects that you want people to work on, to answering all the different questions on your chat channels, your email list, et cetera. And then, of course, actually mentoring the contributors, because in most cases, the mentees are being mentored by 2 or 3 different mentors, just because oftentimes not every mentor knows every single aspect of a project. So you want to have somebody working on this part, and you want somebody to be mentoring this other part. And then also it's just nice to have backups, because sometimes life happens and the main mentor needs to go away for a few weeks. And so you always want to have someone there to come in and step in to keep mentoring the student, or GSOC contributor. I keep saying student too. So I mentioned that there are a lot of different open source mentorship programs. Google Summer of Code, as far as I know, was one of the first. I think it's definitely the one that's been around the longest, or lasted the longest, for 20 years now. So yes, this is our 20th anniversary. I guess I should have, hence the logo. This is our 20th anniversary, so we're really excited about that. It's a huge milestone, and so we've been doing a few different meetups around the world, and hopefully, we've already met some of you. Hopefully, we'll meet some more of you that are online at different events in the next few months. So, most of you in this room are probably familiar, or somewhat familiar, with Outreachy, another amazing program that, you know, we have all these different programs. We also have the Linux Foundation mentorship programs. And then there are also programs that are led by many different open source communities, and there are even open source mentorship programs led by universities and by governments. So there really kind of is something for everyone. One thing to keep in mind is that the programs often are they're all mentorship programs, but they might focus on different groups of people, or they're trying to attract different groups, or maybe they're doing a little different technologies. For example, Outreachy is a great example. Outreachy started in 2006 under a different name, and it's had different evolutions over the years, but currently it really is internships for people that are subject to systemic bias and impacted by underrepresentation in the technical industry where they're living. So it's a very specific group that they're trying to help and bring into your communities. Now, the cool thing with Outreachy is also that with Google Summer Code, we have projects that are only coding projects. So it's strictly coding. Outreachy has coding projects, but they also have documentation, research, design, et cetera. And I think they also have event planning projects. So they're really trying to reach a broader section of the overall open source community, because there's so many different skills that are needed in a healthy open source community. So, these are some of the topics that we're going to kind of go through today, and I'm just going to jump right in. Okay, so why is mentorship so important in open source communities? One of the main things is that mentorship or open source can be really intimidating, especially, and it doesn't matter whether you're 15 years old or you're 50 years old. It's just really hard and intimidating to get started in a community where you don't know anybody and you're not sure if you're going to be, I don't know if welcomed is the right word, but maybe what if your opinion doesn't matter? Why should your opinion matter? You know, there's some of that imposter syndrome going on. So you need to make it really easy for people to come into your communities. So today we're going to talk a little bit about why mentorship in these open source communities seems to be so important. Obviously, we have all these different mentorship programs. If it wasn't important, we wouldn't have all these different mentorship programs. We realize, yes, this is a great way to get people involved in our communities and to keep them involved for years to come, really. Because new contributors mean new ideas. They mean new energy. They bring this energy and these perspectives that you can't get elsewhere. And you need that to have a thriving community. If you have 10 people in your community and they've all been doing this for 10 years, that's wonderful. You're all great friends, that's great. But the project will get stale. You need new ideas, new energy, new diversity coming into your program. And so one of the things that's also important is, again, let's say you have 10 people in your organization or your community and you've been doing that, you've all been doing this for 10, 15 years. Great. That also means that you're all now 10 to 15 years older and at different points in your lives. So maybe you're not going to have as much time to commit to the project. Maybe now you're taking care of loved ones, you're going off and getting married, you're moving. All kinds of things can happen in your life that you need to step away. And whether that's stepping away indefinitely or for a year or two, somebody else in the community needs to know kind of what you were working on, because maybe you were the only person that knew anything about this particular feature. Then a bug happens. Nobody else understands why you did some of the things you did, and so they're trying to fix the bug. They can't reach you because you're, hiking Kilimanjaro or whatever, which I do recommend. But you need to have that knowledge share, and this goes across any kind of job. For my job, for example, I've always been worried about this because I'm thinking, well, what if I'm not going to say hit by a bus, we're going to say win the lottery, that you do have to play to win, but win the lottery, then what happens to Google Summer of Code? So there's always, you want to have that backup plan, and that means you need to have a backup person. So knowledge share is super important in open source communities. So this is something that we discovered really, you need to give the people coming to your community all the help they can get, and that means you need to provide a low barrier to entry. You need to make it easy for them to understand what it is that you do. You'd be surprised, and I'm going to use Google Summer of Code as an example. We asked the organizations, we have over 200 this year participating, and we asked them, give us a 7 to 10 word description of what your project does. If I randomly went to our site and looked at 10 of those, I bet you 3 of them I wouldn't understand what they're saying. So anybody that's coming in, particularly somebody who is new to the tech field, or they just aren't that familiar with open source, they may not understand it. So you need to think about, when you're writing your website in the About page, show it to your niece or your nephew who's 15 or 16 years old and say, does this make sense? Do these words together, do you have some sort of idea what we're talking about? That's a good test. Because often the times the people writing this are the people who are so deep in the project, they don't realize that they're kind of, I don't want to say talking over, but they're kind of writing the words that no one else is going to understand. So you want to make it easy for people to understand, because maybe your community is actually doing some amazing stuff, but if people can't understand what you're doing, they're just going to move on. So you want to make it easy for them to be able to just understand what you do. Also, have a link to your code base. let them be able to see, oh, hey, you're using Rust, you're using Python. Great, those are languages I know. Versus if they come in and they can't even find the code base or link to the code base, they don't know, is this something I could contribute to? And then have some basic FAQs. Just don't have to be 20 pages of FAQs, just some basic FAQs that you see come up a lot in your chat channels, et cetera, your social media channels when people ask questions. Just kind of start an ongoing FAQ and keep adding to it. It's certainly something that I do for my program. And make it easy to find your social channels. Because if you're trying to get people to come to your community and they can't even figure out how to contact you, that's a problem. You know, there's so many different channels. There's Discord, there's Slack, there's people use Matrix, people still use IRC. I do have to say, I mean, we used IRC when I first started GSOC years ago, and people now, if you say IRC, I mean, even 10 years ago when I would mention it, people looked at me, they had no idea what I was talking about, particularly high school and college students. So I'm assuming that's even more the case now. So just think about what your social channels are and try to meet people where they're at. And maybe that means having a couple, which yes, I know it can be daunting, I understand when you get tons of questions coming in different formats. But you can also make sure you put on there a link to your FAQ or, hey, here's some beginner documentation. The beginner documentation is the organizations realized pretty much immediately their documentation was lacking. Because when you have 30 students, it was also a time-based contest. So when you have 30 students come in and start asking you questions and you're trying to figure out, oh my gosh, they're all asking me the same question. Clearly our documentation's isn't accurate or it's not easy to find. That's the other thing. Sometimes you have great documentation, but it's in some weird part of your website or it's just in your code somewhere and it's just not easy for people to find. So have a page on your homepage saying, want to get started or new to our community, check this out, beginner documentation, anything like that, something where they can click on it and then it opens up to a whole bunch of other links that they can then click into. That's the ideal situation. Now, for me, this is something that I've always wondered about and thought, a few orgs do this, but most don't. And your community needs a lot of things. You always need developers, that's great. But a lot of communities have great developers, but they need someone who can do event planning. Maybe they have a team event coming up and they're trying to get their community together and they have all these people that can code. That's wonderful, but nobody knows how to organize an event. And that's a definite skill set. So you need to have somewhere on your site, what are the skills you're looking for? Maybe you'll need somebody to do design work, whether that's for the site, or maybe you need to do a new t-shirt or a logo, or you need somebody to test because y'all are busy writing code, you're trying to do a new release, but you don't have time to test as much as you would like and as effectively as you would like. So have somewhere on there, like these are some things that we're really looking for. We're always happy to have anybody come to our community, but if you have these skills, we really need these right now. That's just something that I think would be interesting, because if I went to a site and saw, oh, they need some event planning, well, that's something I can do. That's something I think I'm pretty good at. But if they were asking for design work, I am not your person. So you just need to make it easy for people to help you and to join your community, because they want to, but they want to know how to do it without really asking somebody. Because it's intimidating to ask, hey, I'm new to your community, where do I get started? At any age. And a lot of people are shy. A lot of people, culturally, that's just not something they're going to do. So make it easy for them to find the information. As I mentioned, there's so many different aspects of a healthy open source community. Definitely you need folks who are developers. You also need technical writers to write that documentation, not only beginner documentation, but just also documentation on the different features of your project. You need marketing people so that they can help you bring new people into your community. You need testers, design folks, program or project managers, event planners, and then depending on the size of your organization, there may be some other skill sets that you need as well. So just think about what your project needs. If there's only 5 of you, okay, you may not need all of these things. But if you've got 20, 30 people, you're going to need a lot of these. So just keep that in mind. You also want to think like a new contributor. As I mentioned, having that beginner documentation is number one thing that your org should do. But if I'm somebody coming to the site, I'm reading through, okay, I'm like, I understand what you do. Okay, this is cool. This is a cool project. You've got great beginner documentation, so I'm good to go there. What do I do next? And so with Google Summer of Code, a lot of the organizations have very specific step-by-step instructions of what they want you to do. And so a lot of them have been able to then just use that same information and just put it on their general site for anybody coming in. So it doesn't have to be anybody coming in specifically for Summer of Code. It can be somebody who's just interested in the project. So it can carry over because it's all the same relevant information. Does the person want to come in? Should they start doing a pull request? Is there a style guide that they should be following? Should they file a bug first? Should they introduce themselves? Should they fix a bug? Maybe fix some documentation? What do you want them to do? So again, making this clear is super important and super helpful. I talked about it a little bit earlier. The imposter syndrome is huge with open source projects because you can come in and you're like, this is an amazing project. But wow, all these people have been doing this for 10 or 15 years, and some of them are the experts in the field. They've published papers. That's incredibly intimidating to anybody. So you want to make it clear that you're a welcoming community and that you want people that are new. That's fine. You want their ideas. They'll learn from you. You want to really make it clear that all of you are working on this together. You're all working towards a common goal. You're a community. There's not a hierarchy. Now, sometimes there is sort of a little hierarchy but we'll just say there's not a hierarchy in general. And then, again, new contributors means a healthy and sustainable open source community. So that's your ultimate goal. All right, so there's a lot of things on here, but I'm going to go over most of them. How can you be a great mentor? Now, I've read thousands, 10,000 plus at least, that's not an exaggeration, of feedback forms from our GSOC contributors and our GSOC mentors. And then I've also had conversations at events where people tell me about their experience. So all of this is coming straight from thousands of people and their feedback. One of the things that, as a great mentor, probably the most obvious thing is that you're going to be a teacher. You're going to be teaching the mentee. Now, there's different levels of being a teacher. Sometimes the mentee is pretty self-sufficient, so you don't have to do too much, but there's still something that you can teach them. So you should still not just say, oh, just let me know when you have a question. That's a terrible way to be a mentor. You need to be proactive and think, okay, they're not asking me questions, but let me kind of give them some information and start digging in, because maybe they don't realize that there's information they don't have. Because again, culturally, some people don't want to ask questions. They don't feel comfortable with it. Or maybe just kind of the vibe that you're giving is they're thinking, oh, well, I'm scared to ask a question. So you think about that, take a step back and go, okay, is it me? Am I coming across a certain way? Am I coming across like, oh, I'm so busy and they don't want to ask me a question? So think about that if someone is not asking you questions, because there are always questions. So just try to figure out what the best way to communicate with your mentee is, to encourage them to ask you questions. And then again, being proactive and saying, hey, I know you've been working on this project for a couple weeks, you haven't asked any questions, but I know this part can be really tricky. Is there something I can help you with? Or, here's a way that, this might be of interest to you. So you can go about it that way. And being patient as a mentor is important. That's very important. But you also do need to be firm. So sometimes you'll get a student or a mentee who's going to ask 100 questions. At some point, you need to kind of stop them and say, okay, I want you to ask questions, but you also need to try to find the answers yourself. So the best thing you can do for yourself and everybody else and the mentee is direct them to resources to help themselves. because that's going to help them in the long run, because there's not going to always be somebody there to answer their questions. So if you use a particular, there's a newsletter that you always read, or there's certain sites that you use to get information or ask questions of others, then direct the mentee to those sites. Let them know, hey, here's some places that you can go. Like, I'm happy to answer some of your questions, but it's also really good for you to try to find the answer yourself first. And especially when the person is asking questions that are right there, whether it's on your homepage or FAQ or very easy to find in the code base, you need to answer it the first time, but then you need to help direct them to help themselves. Otherwise, you're going to become exhausted really quick, and that's not fair to you. Because again, most of the time, mentors are volunteering their time. It's not like they're getting paid for it. So your time is super valuable. So take care of yourself as well. That's a very important thing as a mentor. You also want to help them with their problem-solving skills. I had a lot of feedback, particularly in the last couple of years, I thought was interesting, where the GSOC contributors said that their mentors help them think through the processes better, because they would usually just jump right ahead. They go, okay, this is what I need to do. Let me go do it. Instead of saying, wait a second, let me take a step here. What would be the most efficient way to do this? Let me do this step by step and kind of pull apart the problem. And then they were able to kind of take a breather and go, oh, wait, I should actually do this, instead of immediately going full force ahead. So helping them with better problem-solving skills in general is going to just help them in life. So that's a great skill. You do need to adjust to your mentee. Your mentee, every mentee is different. Again, sometimes it's the shy factor. Sometimes it's the person thinks they know every single thing about everything, and they don't. So you have to be a little, more firm with them and say, okay, you know a lot about this. That's great. You're really good at this. But there's some other things over here that you're missing out on, or you're just kind of skipping over, that are important. So there's always something that can be taught. One of the things that has come up a lot, which also really makes me excited to be able to be part of this program, is that by the end of Google Summer of Code, so many of the students feel empowered. They have gained this massive amount of confidence in their abilities because of their mentor. This is all because of their mentor and the community. So again, you have a mentor in GSOC, but also the community is welcoming you, and they're answering questions in the forums and the chat channels. And so it's not just about your one mentor. Hopefully, if the organization's doing GSOC right, it's really about the community helping the mentees. And often, you have multiple mentees in your organization for GSOC. So they're often talking to each other. Now, they each have their own project, but it's really great to help them build that bond amongst the 3 or 4 or 5 GSOC contributors you have that year, because that's super important, because they'll have those relationships for life when they build that bond together, going through this same shared experience. You do need to be available as a mentor, but you don't need to be available 24/7. That's not fair to you. You need to set your own kind of expectations on with your mentee on when you're going to be available. Maybe every weekend you're not available, or every Wednesday and Friday you're not available. You have, other commitments. You don't have to go into details with the mentee. Just say, you know what, it'd be great if you can get your pull request in, say, Monday night, because every Tuesday morning I have time and I can definitely review your code at that point. But I'm not going to be available on Wednesdays and Fridays. And that's fine, because one of the things I think people realize very early on with GSOC is sometimes, because I receive the emails from the contributors saying, oh, my mentor hasn't gotten back to me. And I say, well, and how long? And they're like, 3 days. I'm like, okay, give them a break, especially the first few weeks people are getting settled in. If they haven't gotten back to you in 4 or 5 days, that's a different question, especially if they didn't say, oh, I'm going to be gone for a bit. And if you are going to be gone, if something happens, that's okay. Just see if you can have somebody else step in to be a mentor while you're gone and help this person so they can continue moving forward with their project. And again, all of these things are relevant across any mentorship type of program. So it's not just GSOC specific. You also want to create a rapport. That is probably one of the main things that's going to keep the person involved in your community. Building essentially a friendship. You don't need to know everything about their personal life. They don't need to know about yours. But if they mention, oh, I'm going to my grandmother's 100th birthday celebration this weekend, the next time you chat with them, just go, oh, how was your grandma's birthday party? It can be a 30-second interaction, but it shows that you are paying attention and that you listen, and it's about more than just the code. It's like, this is you're a friend, this is a community, this is we're people, we're human, we do care about each other's lives. And so just kind of try to build a rapport when you can. All right, I think I got through most of those. Oh, yeah, it's an important one. Best coding practices. Again, a very important one that I think the GSOC contributors are always very, very thankful for their mentors, because they may be taught, a lot of them, again, are about 90% this year are students in some sort of an academic program, and 10% are not. But those that are students, they're often taught a certain way in their academic programs. And not to say it's the wrong way, but it may not be the most efficient way. And so their mentors often have great advice on how to write more efficient code. That's something that pops up, that's already been popping up in the midterm evaluations I was reading last week. So that happens a lot. So not sure what professors are teaching in college, but it sounds like the mentors often have a more efficient way to write code. So if you can help them with that, that would be great, because if we don't need 10,000 lines of code, we can do it in 5,000, great for everybody involved. Now, this is a big one. We actually have a whole section in our GSOC mentor guide, and I'll have a slide here in a second where I had the URLs, and actually if you Google GSOC mentor guide, you'll be able to find it online. It's public. But we have a whole section in our mentor guide, and our mentor guide is super helpful. We also have a contributor guide. These are both written by, there's actually somebody in the audience today who helped write it, but by mentors, org admins, former students, and then Google program admins over the years. And the interesting thing is, I believe it was first written in 2008 or 2009, and we did kind of another little update around 2013 or 14. But after that, it's been very minor changes, because all of the information still stands. It really is about being a great mentor. There's sections in there about being a great mentor, keeping folks involved after GSOC. And so there are these little chapters that are about a page long or page and a half. It's not a massive book, so it's not going to take a week to read it. But there's so much helpful information that spans across any organization, doesn't even have to be open source, but any kind of organization, it's going to help you. So I would highly suggest looking it over when you have a chance. Just read through the chapter titles and go, oh, well, let me check that one. That looks interesting. There's things about setting expectations for your mentee, and there's just so many things that are helpful. But a few of these I'm going to talk about a little more in depth, and then I have a couple of things on here I added as well. One of the things I did add that I don't think is actually in the mentor guide, so I need to add this in there, but it's super important, we've been talking about it a lot in the last few years, is encourage ownership of their project. So for GSOC specifically, the person spends 12 weeks coding on a project. They come back, at the end of the project, they get an evaluation from their mentor. And sometimes the people just go off, they receive their stipend, they go off on their merry way, and they don't stay in the community. Okay. That happens, that's fine. That's not what we want, but okay. But what you can do to make it more likely that they stay is, one, to remind them, this is your project. You built this. And if they kind of walk away, that project may die. Nobody else is going to maintain, most likely nobody else is going to maintain that, depending on how important it is, especially if it's something that they built that's like a new feature and not something that was built upon an existing feature or existing part of the code. And so maybe have those conversations throughout your time with them and realize, you know what, maybe this other project that we've been wanting somebody to work on, maybe they'd want to go work on this. So when they finish their GSOC project, you could say, hey, we have this other stuff over here this other project that would be great fit for you if you'd like to work on it. And they can work on it on their own time. They don't have a set schedule. It's not like they have have to do it in 12 weeks or the guidelines and timelines of GSOC, but they say, you've really been doing an amazing job, and I think you could really help with this project over here. Because again, that's empowering them, and then they feel like, oh wow, they really think my contributions have helped the community. They want me to stay. And so that's a great way to keep them involved in your community. Say thank you, and often. And hopefully they're also thanking you as a mentor, I really hope. But just say thank you for your work. Thank you for being a part of our community. This is really important to us, because the only way you keep growing a community is to have a kind community that hopefully everyone is thanking everybody often. And it's something I think we sometimes forget about. So saying thank you can go a long way. You can also do some sort of a social blast, celebrating the work of the person when they've finished the project, or maybe when they're even at the halfway point. Just do some sort of a social blast. You can also do a presentation where you have all of the mentees in your community in the next meeting that your team has, have them give a 3 to 5 minute presentation about their work in GSOC or your mentorship program. And I'd like to say 3 to 5. It could be longer if you want, but remember, a lot of people don't like to do presentations, and that's incredibly intimidating to them. But a 3 to 5 minute one, especially when it's online and they kind of can be looking at their notes, that's something I think most people can wrap their head around and not be too nervous about. If you say a 10-minute presentation, red flags start going up. So just keep that in mind. And some people are like, oh, I'll give a 3-hour presentation if you let me. And that, you may not want that either. But just try to think about your particular mentee and be like, okay, this person's pretty shy. Let's let them, and maybe you co-present it with them. That's something I know some of the mentors have done as well. Or you let a couple of the mentees kind of present together, and that makes them feel more comfortable. That's fine too. Sometimes the mentees for GSOC actually end up as co-authors on different papers because their project is has a very research-focused bent. And then sometimes the mentors will help their mentee with CFPs to get them into different conferences. So that's something else that you can help. And by doing that, these are all things that, again, is keeping the person involved in your community, keeping them, they feel like they're part of the community. And so they are much more likely to stay, and likely to stay multiple years with your community. Oh, and finally, stay in contact. Sometimes people do the program, so for example, do GSOC, then they go and finish their PhD, so they're really busy for a couple of years. They go get married, they go move to another country. But then they're available a few years later, and then they want to come back into your community. So if you've kept in contact with them, and that doesn't mean once a month, it could be 3 or 4 times a year, just checking in, seeing how they're doing, they feel like you still care, and again, you're a friend, and friendships go a long way, especially these days. So I think by having a just simple, every 3 or 4 months, sending an email or however you would communicate with each other, just checking in on them, that will keep you're kind of keeping the community top of mind to them. And so when they have a chance to come back, when life frees up and some time for them, they will come back to your community, or more likely to come back to your community. All right, these are the important links I mentioned. If you want to do a screenshot of that, the mentor guide and contributor guide, and of course the Google Summer of Code site, those are all things that you can do a Google search and they'll pop up. The middle one, mentor notes, this is an interesting one that we started doing this year. We did these mentor discussion panels where we had 3 to 4 mentors and org admins from GSOC on an hour-long call, and then I just started asking them questions and getting their viewpoints. And so there's so much helpful information in these. We basically did almost a, not word-for-word transcript, tried to clean it up some. So it is pretty long, but I went through and tried to highlight sections. So if you just skim through that doc and look for the highlighted parts where I put important point, at least read those sections. There's so much stuff in there. Again, things like being a great mentor and setting your student up for success and org admin tips. Well, org admin tips technically is specific for GSOC, it's still something anyone doing any kind of mentorship program would benefit from. So I would recommend checking this out. Right now, the only people that really, other than y'all, that know about this are the folks that are involved in our current program. But there's so much great information in here, I did want to make it available for anybody that might be interested. And then at the bottom, that is our GSOC support email. All right, I think we've got about 15 or so minutes for questions. You can ask me, ask me any questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? All right, in the back. Will somebody check and see if we have any online questions as well?
And also, if you don't want to ask a question in front of everybody, I will be around after this for the coffee break, so you can come up and ask me one-on-one, because I know not everybody wants to ask a question in front of everybody, so totally fine. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually on the internship committee, so of course, a lot of what you're talking about is really relevant in terms of sustainability or for supporting our interns. And I'm wondering, some of the, I didn't catch all of your talk, so if I missed something, I apologize in advance. But one of the things that I've heard feedback is that internships don't see each other within a term. So it's hard for them to feel like they're part of the organization because they're not interacting with other parts. So a lot of the times you focused on the one-to-one relationship between a mentor and a mentoree, and I'm wondering have you seen a successful situation where the mentorees or the interns see each other and had a good result?
That is a great question. In case you didn't get, the question was essentially it's often a mentor-mentee relationship, and the mentees involved in the program aren't talking to one another. So how do you get them, is that right? How do you get them connected? That is great, because that is actually something they ask me about, and I see that in our feedback form. It's already come in here at the midterm evaluations for GSOC this year. So one of the things I tried to do earlier at the beginning of this year, before the program started or before people started coding, was to mention that to the organizations and say, it really would be if you could do, even if it's just a monthly meeting with, especially at the beginning, do an intro, because that's key. Because the other people want to know everybody else that's a mentee in the program, in the same organization as them. So they then start their own connections, whether they do their own Slack channel or Discord or whatever, but they'll start their own, they'll start their own little circle outside of what all of y'all are communicating on. So having that initial that initial meeting very early on, almost immediately, is essential. Because if you do that, then they're all together, because they're literally in this together from the beginning to the end. If you do it at the end, that's still better than nothing, but it's much better to do that because they have a shared experience. And so then they become friends forever. For our Google Coding contest, for example, all these students were all around the world, but they created their own Discord channel. The Discord? I don't know. Anyway, Slack, something. They created their own channel, and they all got to know each other even before they came out to the Bay Area for our grand prize trip, for example, in 2019. They all were friends. They all had their little, their groups, and so when they got out there, they just immediately, they're like, oh, I get to meet my friend in person, because one person's from London, one's from Paraguay. And so they wanted that, and they did that all of themselves. That was not something I did. And so it was really cool to watch that, how they organically did that. One person just said, hey, I'm going to create this channel, and they all jumped in. So clearly it was something that they wanted. So I think the thing is just set it up so that they can have some, make a suggestion, say, hey, if y'all all want to connect together, you don't have to connect with us, but all of you are in the same boat. So if you want to have your own chat channel or your own, whatever going on together, have your own discussions, have your weekly meetings, feel free, because while they have their own project, they are still going through all of it together. They're all trying to understand your code base. They're trying to understand and get integrated into the community. So yeah, that's a great point. I didn't really talk about that, but you're right. I should add that to this talk, so thank you.
I'd give up if anybody else have questions, but I have a few more. The second one is when people go through the GSOC program or they get, oh, I want to do this for a living. I want to do open source for a living. So from what you've seen through the program, how important is it to really understand how the work they do in these internships, like when you're advertising the internship, how does that translate to a career in open source, right? A lot of times, or free software for that matter, I think a lot of times when they're going there, because I think people are, and this is just a guess, when people get into this program, they're kind of like testing the waters of which pieces will get them into that career they want to, as to some good thing in the future from a career perspective. This is especially true for if you're coming from like the global south, right? If you're coming from all those places that isn't Western Europe or the US, right? Like I've noticed that for those folks, the work they put in, invested in, has to lead to a positive financial outcome.
Right, so essentially the question was, how do you show that there is a future beyond, they've done their program, now your future, you can get a job in this industry, right, from your experience. But sometimes people will, I'm not sure you quite said this, but sometimes people will do the program and be like, okay, now I've checked a box, now I can move on. Thought that's where you're going with that, yeah. Now I've checked a box, now I'm gonna move on. And some do, definitely, right? But I think one of the things, I know some of the organizations for GSOC, they've actually been able to create, whether it's a job or some sort of part-time job or some small project for the people to continue, where they can give them a small amount of money, or it doesn't always have to be money, but yes, money is definitely important. For all these different mentorship programs, it's, sorry, make sure I'm not going over time. It's essential that they understand that doing the program, they're building these skills. So it's going to look great on their resume that they've completed Outreach here, GSOC, or Linux Foundation mentorship programs. That's going to look great because they have something that's not just, okay, yeah, you got a great GPA, wonderful, okay, but hey, you've actually done something. That's super helpful. Also, the connections that people make in their communities are key. And I think that is a question. And so it's like, this is not an interview process for Google, despite what some people have said, it's not. So we tell them, you can apply just like everybody else, and be sure you put Google Summer of Code on your LinkedIn, particularly on your resume, so people understand it. But that is a tricky thing, right? Because people, especially when you're younger, your thought is, okay, I just need to go and get a good paying job because now I need to pay off my school debt, which is a valid concern, especially these days. So that's when you kind of realize that they're not going to probably be as involved in your community right away, but if you can still give them that lifeline, and this is kind of the keep in contact part that I was trying to get to earlier, they may go off and do something else for a bit, but if you still are in contact with them, they're more likely to come back. Is encourage your people to become mentors themselves. That is something that has happened a lot in our communities because that keeps them involved, and they realize it was so meaningful for them. They want to help others, and that happens a lot with GSOC. So these people go on to become mentors themselves, sometimes for decades, sometimes for 2 or 3 years, and that's fine. But that also keeps them actively involved in your community and helping you with your next generation of developers.
Thank you. Other questions?
Here at the front. There's also stickers and screen cleaners in the back room, but there's a little bit of swag for those of you that are here in the room today. So when we wrap up, there's stuff on the first set of chairs here.
Yeah, hi. Former GSOC student, contributor, something. I'm curious the next step after the program, because I think we can network within the GNOME community, but a lot of our technology also applies to the broader Linux community, and the Linux community applies to the broader coding, yada. Yeah, thanks.
Very good question. So it's interesting timing on that. I can't commit to saying anything, but we are working on that actively. I have recently, we were able to get somebody else, because for a long time, it's just been me on the project on Google Summer of Code, so running it myself with the help of one partial help of what we're looking into. We're trying to figure out what does some sort of an alumni network look like for GSOC. So, on that note, if you have ideas, please email me. You can email me directly there, if that's big enough, the entire 13 years I've been here. But we never had the time to be able to dig into it. And so now we have a little more time to do this. This is definitely something that we want to do. So if anybody has ideas, if you think of an idea 10 months from now, whatever, hopefully we'll already have something going, but we're always going to add to it. So feel free to email me directly because I would love your thoughts because this is something that we're...
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Stephanie, so much. You know, if I could put one plug in for you, is something that I've always admired that you guys do is the alumni as well as other events you do around the conferences and things that you go to. And I think that that's really admirable and an area that we could probably help support you as well when we do this or at FOSDEM or other events.
Thanks for coming to the second day of GUADEC. Awesome. It's great to have you here. There is coffee, and I am keeping you from it, and I'm aware of that. So it's right over there. You know the drill. A couple things we didn't mention last time that I want to mention. One of them is that we do have a COVID policy. It's actually pretty sane. It's take a test and stay away from people. The other thing is that if someone has a mask, don't ask them to remove it. It's theirs. So that's just the two things that are important. We had someone who felt unwell yesterday. They took a test. There are more lightning talks slots. Sign up. It'll be fun. You'll be illuminated by lightning. And secondly, there are also more event tickets. So if you want to sign up, I think you can talk to you or go over to the table over there. I think that was it. Just want to double check. Oh yes, code of conduct still applies. We are reminding you of this because we take it very seriously, more seriously than the tone I'm speaking in indicates. If you have any issues with anything, if you feel unsafe at any point, please go to the people with the yellow hats or people with the red shirts who can help you by pointing you to the people with the yellow hats. Very, very important. Thank you so much, and continue enjoying GUADEC.
I'm super excited to introduce our next talk, State of the Shell.
Hello. Whoa. Hello, GUADEC. How are you doing? Hope you're doing all right. Welcome to the nth edition of State of the Shell. As Jonathan once said, this is an acquired taste, and I hope you have a delightful meal of information today. Hope you're all ready. This is me and Florian here. We have some folks in the Berlin side of GUADEC too. In the Berlin side, we have Carlos Garnacho and Robert Made. So a honorable mention that is not here, unfortunately, but helped us a lot through making this presentation is Jonas Adl. Yeah, Jonas is not here, but spiritually he's everywhere here, permeating this presentation all around. Welcome. Let's begin, as always, with Mutter stuff. This is a highly technical presentation, so I apologize for just jumping straight into the hardcore coding stuff, but let's try and do it. Mutter has a website. Jakob has been doing fancy little websites for all GNOME projects, and we were the latest victims of the websitization. We have a nice pixel art. There is supposed to be a cat there, but I don't think you can see in the in the projector. But yeah, mutter.gnome.org, you can go check it out, and we have documentation pages for the APIs that Mutter exposes. Usually that's useful for shell extension developers. Clutter, Mutter, Coggle, and everything in between. So yeah, go check it out, mutter.gnome.org. That's mutter.gnome.org. Yeah, one particular feature that it's going to be nice to mention here, it was thanks to our great friend Bilal, we are able to make pure Wayland builds now. You can build GNOME shell and Mutter. In this case, we're talking about Mutter, but you can build Mutter without linking to X11. I think directly and indirectly, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it doesn't pull in any X11 dependency anymore these days. The goal here is to be able to produce legacy-free builds, as Bilal put it. Yeah, it required lots of refactorings. It required untangling a lot of old craft. Mutter was born out of Metacity, which is an X11 window manager and a compositor. So X11 is ever present in this code base, and we are slowly ripping it apart. And well, Bilal has been mostly ripping it apart and getting rid of the dependencies in there. So now we reached the point where we can build without it. It is opt out at this point, I think. The next cool thing that I want to mention is explicit sync, which is something that people have been talking about for a long while. This particular feature is heavily associated with NVIDIA. Although it is it has its own merits outside of just making NVIDIA work. It's an interesting way to make composition and sharing GPU load between processes. So essentially, you have, instead of creating a frame and sending it, you add little timeline points, and you send these timeline points to other processes. In this case, usually it's the compositor. So the protocol name is, I think it's sync timeline object, sync object timeline, or something like that. So again, even though it is heavily associated with NVIDIA because this is required to make GNOME shell and the compositor and everything work flicker-free on NVIDIA, it is going to benefit other parts of the stack. It is pretty interesting on its own merits. And to me personally, I think what makes it super exciting is that it's going to help with a Vulkan transition, which is not something that we have on the table, but Vulkan, the API, exposes this in one way or another. So it is good for the compositor to have support for that so that we can support Vulkan on the app side, and then maybe we can start thinking about supporting Vulkan on GNOME side. But to be clear, there's currently no realistic plans to make that happen right now. It's a lot of work. This code was, I think it was mostly written by somebody from NVIDIA, actually. Ashton, I think, maybe. I'm sorry, I should have remembered that, but I don't. But thanks to the person who wrote this. The patches were accepted, and they're going to be ready for GNOME 46. They are ready for GNOME 46, so they are now ready on the release. What people have been working on right now is to make screencasting use explicit sync. So just like applications send a sync timeline point for the compositor can send a sync timeline point for applications when it shares a screencasting buffer with applications. And that way you have both applications giving buffers to the compositor and compositor giving buffers to application flicker-free on NVIDIA and fancy on every other driver. So yeah, we have that. For the next one, we have DR-Emlys. This has been long in the making. There have been talks about some sort of service for the session to handle these devices. But in the end, we had a Wayland protocol available, and we just landed. I think most of the work, originally the work was implemented by Jonas Adel, and then it was picked up by 4 or 5 different people over the years. But eventually the final iteration was merged from Jose Esposito, I think. So yeah, thanks for pushing that to the finish line, Jose. Yeah, we have that. So that means one particular part of the VR story is complete now. I don't think, as far as I understand it, is not completely complete. So this is the compositor side of the story. It is working, but we don't have a full story, a full picture for example, sandboxed VR SDKs, for example. So that's still pending. Nothing to do with Mutter, of course. The Mutter side is figured out at this point. Yeah, so we have that. For the next one is something that I've been particularly working over the past 4 years, and without much success until last month. Snapshotting. So this is something that when Clutter was originally merged into the Mutter code base, if you don't know, we have Clutter and Coggle inside Mutter. They are forks of the original projects. The original projects are archived, and our fork still lives on inside Mutter. And when it was brought into the code base, it already had some initial work from Emanuele Bassi on paint nodes and deferred rendering, but it was super far-fetched. Like, it required still a lot of work to complete the story. And over the years, there have been like flickery progress on this, on and off. But finally, like, after GTK folks presented us with a fantastic API for snapshotting, I think it was pretty clear that we should definitely be heavily inspired in that. And I'm saying this, just not say that we just copied that and changed the function names. But it was pretty good, and now we're adding something spiritually similar to Mutter. What is deferred rendering, you may ask? And I had to look it up. It was exactly 4 years ago that I wrote this slide. This is a paint node tree. This is just an example, tiny little example. So essentially, you have rendering operations like paint a color at a particular rectangle, or change the transform matrix to something else, or maybe clip the contents to this particular rectangle or this particular box, or paint this particular image in this particular rectangle. All those things are paint operations, and in Clutter, they're modeled as a tree of operations. So that, for example, here we have a clip tree. This one over here. everything that happens inside the clip, every child of the clip node is going to operate under that particular clip, so they are not going to draw outside of that particular area that is being clipped to. This is, I think, slightly different from the GTK approach, which is just a list of operations with a linear list of things. We have a tree of things. But yeah, essentially, snapshotting is an object that allows us to build this tree without having to create each node individually and think about them individually. And as of 3 weeks ago, I think I managed to get the first build of GNOME shell that was able to output a complete paint node tree from everything, drawing the wallpapers, the top bar, the windows, the textures of the windows, subsurfaces, and everything, effects, all that you can think of, all in a massive tree of paint operations. It was super slow, it's terrible. I don't think anybody should use this at this point, but it works. Yeah, that's something I've been working on. And it's still an experiment. I don't have a timeline for when this is going to happen. But to me, it's super exciting because this is going to make a little bit easier to implement things like plane offloading. So you can take like a window and put it in an overlay plane. And that usually helps with low power devices. You save some energy if you don't have to composite the full window, the full screen over and over. Just take a window and put it on a plane, take a window, put it on a plane, every frame. It's just so much easier to skip the whole thing. It also allows some post-processing of the node tree, so you can have some slightly optimizations, reduce overdrawing, and all this fancy, graphics stuff that are hard to get through. And I think that's going to be it for me, because the next topic is on Robert about HDR.
Yeah, do you hear me? Does it somewhat sound good on your side? Can I have a quick egg that you can hear me, Georges? Hello, hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. So the HDR stuff part is something mostly Sebastian Wick and Jonas Adler have been working on. I'll try to represent that in their set as good as I can. I won't go into detail what HDR is. I hope to have some idea, but maybe one quick note. What's important here is HDR is more than just more colors, but especially means something like you have white that is whiter than what your normal white is. This will be important. Overall, the reason why all this work in HDR takes so long is that in a general desktop environment, things are way more complex than in an embedded space where you might have just one full screen game, one full screen video. We have, generally, we have to mix HDR content with SDR, like legacy classical content, in a seamless manner. And as you know, as I just said, you might have an HDR video where you have super bright light, super bright white, which is so white that if you would make your whole screen that way, you would get totally, your eyes would hurt. And next to it, you have an HDR client, which is also white, but this white is, of course, much less white. And this is all something that the compositor has to get right. And yeah, now with the upcoming release in 47, we have that kind of running. We can now mix HDR and SDR content in our experimental mode. And the Wayland protocols are getting closer to get merged. And there was also a recent Hackfest where we got things closer, and hopefully all of this will drop soon. More likely 48 than 47. Next slide, please. A note here is that on a lot of hardware, enabling the HDR mode can cause increased power usage. That is because you want to have the super white, you need a lot of backlight power if you use a technology which is, for example, not OLED. And so this is heavily hardware dependent, but in general, at least in the beginning, we will have to make it an optional thing. And for now, this is kind of hidden in Looking Glass or debug tool. And soon we'll probably have like options for that, even us in GNOME. Next slide, please.
Nice.
And this is a not really HDR related thing, but it's kind of preparation for that. What happened in the during the last year is that we finally moved from 8-bit components to 10-bit components for the defaults, like back buffer that we draw in Mother, which means like you will have less, or you might have noticed that you have less banding artifacts in some situations, which is nice, and we need it anyway for HDR. Next slide, please. So we got a lot of awesome work on variable refresh rate. Shortly here again, like for many actions like scrolling and so on, you of course want the highest refresh rate your monitor supports. In other situations, especially for videos, for example here, you watch video with 60 FPS on a monitor with 144 Hertz. This doesn't quite match. It's not a multiple of each other. And therefore, you get not optimal results. So in short, for video, it's often nice to reduce the refresh rate. For games, it's it's even a more complex topic as far as I know. Won't get into that. The decision when exactly to enable that is again a bit hard, and we haven't that fully figured out. So this is still considered an experimental feature because we would like to not have an option, which is our big goal, of course, always. And the kernel IPs are also not quite where we would like them to be. Expect further development. Next slide, please. Video offloading, this is now a topic that I actually worked on and can say something about. YOV or YCRCB support, this is about a pixel format. In short, it's often better to use one of these formats instead of RGB because for the content it often allows us to use less space. This is called subsampling. And normally hardware decoders, for example, or also software decoders could use these pixel formats. But when we put the content on the screen eventually, at some point we have to convert from YOV to RGB. And classically, normally, until very recently, most of your apps did that like themselves and then send the RGB format to a compositor, which then put it on screen. Now you can actually pass on YOV buffers directly to the Wayland compositor, which again might, in some cases, if the stars align, as Matthias Klaassen said yesterday, I think, can then again be passed on to display hardware. And this allows us allows GTK4 video players, for example, or also hopefully soon browsers, etc., to play video much more efficiently. So you get maybe in some cases several hours more battery life. It's also a bit related to the HDR part before, because depending, like if you have an HDR video, you need all the information passed to the compositor to do this conversion properly. So this kind of goes hand in hand and allows us to become a quite good video platform increasingly. Next slide, please. I didn't say that this YUV support landed in 45. And in 46, we built up, had a few improvements on that side, especially that we finally started to use dedicated display hardware to do scaling and cropping options, or to support that. And that means that a client can send us content, and even if it doesn't match the screen exactly, for example, a video again in full screen mode, even if that video has the exact resolution we need for the screen, we can now just scale it in very efficient, or use very efficient hardware to do that. Also cropping. And one optimization, which I'm very happy about, is that we also allow direct scan out, which is like sending the content directly to the display hardware, even if it needs black bars on the side. And for that, in some cases, we need the information from the client that this is a black area. And there's a dedicated protocol, Wayland, which it also has other usages, but especially for that, it's very useful to say, hey, I want to create a black area. And if a client does that, like creates a black area, and on top of that, there is content, like either video or a game or something, which is smaller, we detect that and can use the display hardware again to show the content on a single hardware plane. Because in MADA, so far, we only support a single hardware plane, apart from the cursor plane. If you don't know the word, doesn't matter. We plan to improve on that even more. And in the future, also support so-called overlay and underlay planes. This is technical details. But in short, with Wayland, we can use display hardware the way it's like, we can use features of display hardware to make things way more efficient. Okay, next slide. Screencasting, very shortly, we had a few performance improvements. We have explicit modifier support now, which is great for several things, and explicit sync, as we said before, is now supported. Next slide.
Yeah, so these are my bits. During the last year, we managed to get the last pieces of the graph rework. This is something that has been happening during the last 3 years or 4. It was a reunification of the mechanisms that allow to redirect input within the shell. And it used to be quite a disaster, like the 5 or 6 different pieces of grabbing mechanisms, different ways to redirect events somewhere else. And now everything is going through a single mechanism in the shell and towards Wayland clients and everything integrates properly in the shell. So yeah, it allows us to deal with input in a quite more consistent way than that we could not afford to do before, so that's nice. In 46, we also got merged the gesture framework from Jonas. And yeah, and hopefully we would like to build on top of that for 47 and to actually include some gestures that use this framework and integrate them in the shell. And it's still under review, but optimistically it should happen. And then there's also some work from coming from STF, from Dorota and Matt, about working on global shortcuts, both for applications, both phase 2 applications and phase 2 accessibility, which is something that was kind of lacking, but well, we now have two implementations even. So it will be sorted out, and it will hopefully land for 47. Next slide, please. So we also earned quite some configuration for input devices. For tablets, there is an improved pressure curve calculation where, well, we used to have in settings, you could get to choose how much pressure should the stylus handle. And it did have too few options. So we've increased that. So it's basically now a continuous slider. So you can get to decide a suitable curve between hundreds instead of 7. There's also pressure range support where besides the pressure curve, that there is in some devices the topmost pressure that you can apply, it could actually physically break the device. So the users would like to narrow that. So or even on the other side, a too soft touch would already produce input even when it shouldn't. So the user can now narrow the edges of this pressure curve. So yeah, they don't have to stuff the tablet to get maximum pressure, or the minimum pressure works as expected. There is also stylus actions, so you can apply key bindings or switching to another display through the stylus buttons. This was previously available for pads, which are the collection of buttons on the side of the tablet, but now you can also do it from the stylus. There is also tablet disambiguation, which is most relevant for professional artist setups. Like imagine you have, there are tablets which are attached to a display, and people even have 2 of them, which are the same identical brand and model. So we can now disambiguate which one is left and which one is right. So we always configure the left one as the left one and the right one as the right one. It's a convenience for really advanced setups. And we also got trackball independent settings, which are separated from mouse settings. So well, people using trackballs and track points, they also get some more granularity. And we also got the ability to provide the XKB model, which might, for people who have keyboards that not have more keys than the PC 105 kind of default. So yeah, next slide, please. And we also got a few Wayland protocol implementations, some on the way, some already landed. We got DRM LIS, which was already covered. We got Linux DRM sync object, which is about synchronization, which was also covered before. We got XDG dialog, which is an extension of the private GTK protocol and made actually proper upstream, and we now use that to declare relations between windows. We got a stable tablet protocol, which was about time since, well, it was done like years ago, and it hasn't changed too substantially, so it made sense to be stable. And we also got a session management implementation, which hopefully will land for 47 and, well, allow applications to store their state in the compositor, like window positions and workspaces and sizes and everything. Next slide. Yeah, well, special mentions. Next.
I can take it over. Yeah, so basically, very briefly, special mentions, honorable mentions, they couldn't fit in they don't deserve, quote unquote, a slide of their own, but basically this is the Bilal's work mentioned. Lots of Cargo cleanups. We removed more than 7,000 lines of code from Cargo in the last cycle. We don't depend on JSON glib anymore. And I think the biggest subject, the biggest topic on a few pull requests was also removing Cairo from the dependencies, the external and internal dependencies of Mutter, which is also pretty difficult, but it's happening. This is I think all of these points have been done by Bilal, so huge thanks to Bilal. And now we're going to quickly move to, oops.
Does it make sense?
GNOME show?
You have 5 minutes to rush through everything plus questions.
It's pictures.
Okay, I try to rush through the remaining slides like the GNOME shell side. So starting with notifications. That is an ongoing process. It was on the design team's wish list for a long time. And it's finally happening thanks to sovereign tech fund funding. Part of it is already in 46. What is mentioned here are the user visible changes. There was also a lot of refactoring and API changes involved. But what we got was headers on top of every notifications, the ability to expand notifications in the calendar list to get access to actions and the full text. This is also now available in the banners inside the session so that you can actually expand notifications on touch. We hope to implement grouping by app this cycle, but it's still with a question mark because the merge request is still in draft status, and even if it gets submitted for review today, UI freeze is creeping up on us, so we will probably honor the good old tradition of asking for a freeze request. Some of the work involves protocol changes, additions to the notifications portal. This is still under discussion, so it won't make it to 47, but hopefully in 48 applications can make use of those new APIs. This is how a group notification would look when it is expanded. Then I think this is also part of STF.
I'm not sure. I don't, maybe not.
So this is part of digital well-being to configure forced breaks that you have to take to not strain your eyes too much, get enough movement, not sit around for hours. You can configure it to send a gentle notification. You can also configure it to just lock the screen to force a break. Accent colors is something that Alice worked on. Most of the work involved was in Libet Vater, but we also support it in the shell now. It is a controlled way of allowing customizations without a full theme that can significantly break apps. So it should be a lot safer, but still allow users to do some fun customizations. It has been standardized as part of the XDG settings portal. So it should be, at least it is possible for other platforms to support it. There's interest to implement it, support it in Elementary and in KDE. Hopefully third-party apps will also support it. There have been a couple of accessibility improvements, nothing major, and probably should skip over those. Some of the screencasting improvement have been on the shell side as well. There's a built-in screen recorder, and it's now possible to use DMA buff if possible, which allows the to pass around buffers between the composite and the recording process without doing unnecessary copies, so it's more efficient. And in the upcoming versions, if available, it's also possible to use like hardware encoding if supported by, like if the drivers are installed and supported. Some special mentions here as well. The on-screen keyboard was improved. That is already in 46. I just quickly mention it. The extension state has been improved. Not sure I should explain that. There was also like a slight ambiguity between a user requesting an extension to be enabled and an extension actually being enabled. We now have like two separate states for this to make the distinction where it makes sense. For instance, if the user wants an extension to enable an extension, but it fails and is an error state and not enabled, but still the user would like it. And there we are with questions, and 1 minute left. Thanks, Robert.
On the final slide, it said captive
Does work?
portal.
Okay. I have one question, and it's about the compositor passing through like videos and stuff. Is there also maybe in the future more stuff possible, like rounded corners or other cool things, and not just like maybe black bars at the sides?
I think I'll take that. So, who's talking? Go for it. Okay. So we talked about that at the recent HDR Hackfest in Spain, and there are good arguments for thinking about some Wayland protocol extension which would then maybe allow that. So we can have something like a pip window with a video, which is still hardware offloaded and super efficient. No concrete plans yet. Yeah. But we would like to see it at some point.
We have a question here in Denver. Can you?
Hi. On the final slide, it mentioned improvements to captive portal handling. Could you just give a few more words about what that means?
The captive portal, you want to talk about it?
Like captive portals are what you have, for instance, on free Wi-Fi's on airports or like at venues like here. That right now we detect like limited network access, and we just pop up the portal login. The changes are that instead we do something similar to Android. We pop up a notification that, do you want to sign into this network? You click the notification, and only then we pop up the login portal. It's not like a huge change, but I think it's worth mentioning. It does have a CVE for some reason, so.
I think we had one more question. We'll take that one and then we can finish. Yeah.
We have a question here in Denver.
At the beginning of the talk, you mentioned Wayland only builds. Does that mean no X-Wayland, or does that still work?
It can mean both. Like, it's possible to disable support for X11, like running on top of an X11, like an X server. It's also possible to disable like even support for X11 applications. We don't expect that to be like the default anywhere, anytime soon. But it's those are two different things, and both are supported by build options.
Okay, thank you.
Not in random.
Can you shortly repeat the question?
You asked to repeat the question? Is that it?
Oh, Florian, can you shortly repeat the question? It unfortunately didn't arrive here from the screen as stream.
Oh, whether like this Wayland only builds was about disabling Xorg support or also disabling support for X-Wayland.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, we're wrapping up then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have one more. Looks like we both started contributing to GNOME around 2002, so it's been a while. Today we're going to talk about fonts. I'm first going to talk about how we are extending OpenType to be more featureful and powerful, and then Matthias talks about GTK text rendering and advances in the renderers. So what's in this name? The Better Engineered Font Formats is the title of an online presentation I did 3 years ago, and since then we've been working on these ideas, and right now we are pushing many of them through the ISO standardization process. So the advances we want to push are, unlike the previous changes, that we want to make a more engineering effort to change things at a faster pace than OpenType has been previously seen. So there's 3 parts to my presentation. The first part is called boring expansion, better ergonomics, and beyond emulation. So let's start with the boring expansion part. This is where we improve, make incremental improvements to the existing font format. And so far, we want to address decades-long limitations of the format and add desirable features. And the key to the idea is that it's okay if enrollment takes time, because most of the ideas we are pursuing now, we already had them in 2015, but every time we wanted to make changes, other stakeholders would push back because, oh, this will take forever to roll out. And it's fine if it takes 5-10 years before we can use a new feature. If we had done it in 2015, we could use it now. So with that in mind, there are 4 pieces that we are pushing through the standardization process right now, and I'll go briefly over each and try to make it more understandable for this audience. The first one involves better organization of variable fonts. And variable fonts, if you haven't come across them, are fonts that have more axes, more variations other than just size. So for example, you can choose an arbitrary weight or arbitrary width. And this new technology, the AVAR2 table, allows for building variable fonts in modular ways such that the combined file size can be reduced significantly. That's one of the use cases. One thing about the AVAR2 feature is that after we shipped it experimentally in Harfbuzz and FreeType, Apple decided to ship it last year, so they just shipped it without announcing or telling us. So we enabled it by default. It has multiple uses. I'm just going to show one of them. So this is, on the input side, you have the variations that the font can have, a weight, width, optical size, and grade. And normally, when you have 4 axes, you have something like 3 to the 4 corners of this cube that they make. And typically, you have to specify the shape at every corner. That's like 81, what we call masters. Whereas with something like AVAR2, you can convert this design space problem into modular axes that are orthogonal. So instead of having to specify all the corners of the design space, you can only specify the minimum and maximum of each axis. And since they are orthogonal, they just add up and extrapolate correctly. So we can reduce something from 81 masters to 8 masters or 9 masters. So we've seen 80% file size reduction and 70% file size reduction when we applied this technique to a couple of existing fonts. So the other thing we are pursuing is to store cubic Beziers in TrueType fonts. Historically, TrueType fonts have been only quadratic Beziers. By storing cubic, we can save some space and also reduce the conversion error when compiling fonts. It has saved something like 3% to 10% file size as well. We have variable composites. I'll move forward a bit. So historically, in a font, you can build a shape for one glyph out of components that come from the font. but these components are static shapes. With variable components, we can use the same glyph, but at different variation scales. So what this means is that, for example, here, the green shapes are what the font contains, and then by interpolating between them, you can create all the different shapes that are slightly different, but you can't probably see them. So this technique is highly desirable for designing Chinese fonts or Korean fonts or Japanese fonts. For example, for a Chinese font that we tried this, there was a 67 file size saving, and for the Hangul font, a 92%. That means the new font is only 8% of the original font. So the other advance we are making is to allow fonts to contain more than 64,000 glyphs, which is the current limit. Now you might think 65,000 glyphs is more than enough per font, but there's Chinese, Japanese, Korean fonts already go beyond this number. Unicode keeps encoding like tens of thousands of characters there. And there's also pan-Unicode fonts, something like the Noto Sans family currently involves more than 100 different files because they can't all fit into one font. And then you open LibreOffice and you see like Noto Sans Arabic, Noto Sans Devanagari, you see 100 families listed, which is extremely bad user experience. So what we are doing is we are introducing 24-bit glyph IDs, and this allows for up to 16 million glyphs, which should be enough. And in a Noto Sans merge font that we made without the Chinese, Japanese, Korean, we had over 100,000 glyphs just fine. So that was the boring expansion part of the ideas proposal, which we are pursuing in the standardization track of ISO. Now I want to talk about better ergonomics, which by ergonomics here, I'm talking about the developer experience, not the user experience. So what's happening is that currently we have free type for rasterization and harfbus for shaping. One is written in a C code base from the 90s, harfbus is from the C++ from the 2000s, and we also have something called FontMake, which is a Python ecosystem for font compilation. So what the Google Fonts team are doing is to rewrite everything in Rust in a unified code base such that we can do font access, shaping, rasterization, and compilation all using the same Rust framework. And the motivation mainly is security, but also the compiler will be super fast because Python is just so slow. And then there will be one place we need to implement new features instead of 3. And there's 3 or 4 people working on this actively, so we expect to see it in Chrome very soon and other places, Android and other places later. And then the last part of my presentation is the beyond emulation part, which involves allowing more varied ways to do shaping or drawing from the font. Now, the thing is, if this is all the different shaping models, OpenType encodes just one of the ways you can do it. And this is not a theoretical problem. There exists actually active problems, especially with Arabic typesetting, that you can't express in OpenType. You bump against the limitations, and even if we decided to standardize a solution, as we mentioned, that takes 10 years. But the problem is, the idea is how to go around this and reduce the need of updating OpenType every time we need a new feature. So what I'm proposing is to encode the shaping logic in WebAssembly inside the font, and then interpret it in a secure environment to do shaping instead of being a data-driven solution. So, for example, I mentioned Arabic. There's different Arabic shaping engines other than OpenType because OpenType just cannot do Arabic properly. So Graphite, Decotype, and other alternative shaping engines exist. So the problem is if you have a font built against graphite or decotype, it won't work on most places. You need a specific shaping engine, and they work together. This doesn't make sense. So a font that works against the shaping engine can, with WebAssembly, just ship the shaping engine itself, and everything will work. This is how it works. You just implement one function and then embed it in the font. So I have a bunch of demos I will quickly go through and then pass it to Matthias. So this is the SIL Graphite demo. So Graphite 2 is an alternative shaping engine other than OpenType layout that the SIL International designed in early 2000s. The problem is it's not shipped everywhere, so it's shipped by Firefox and LibreOffice. So when they build fonts that work against the shaping engine, they only work on certain platforms. Now what I did is I took the libgraphite to code base, compiled it to WebAssembly, and encoded it in the font. The payload is only 90 kilobytes. That's amazing. And with the G time using, it's 3 times slower than native code, but that's fully acceptable, in my opinion, for custom shaping. So this is an example of what I'm talking about. The left side, you see the dots in the here, they overlap, they collide. That's undesirable. The middle column is what we can do the best effort in OpenType right now. Now, you notice that we space things further just to avoid collisions. The right side, however, is a WebAssembly solution to do proper collision avoidance while keeping everything fit tightly together. Here we have another example of Arabic, a different style. The upper row, the top row, shows the OpenType solution where the left part of every cluster sits on the baseline and everything shifts upwards as you go right. However, it's more desirable that the center of the cluster sits on the baseline and things form around it. And this is almost impossible to do with OpenType currently, whereas with WebAssembly, it's just 10 lines of code. This is an Egyptian hieroglyph. The way they are encoded in Unicode is that there's a push-pop mechanism, so they can recursively contain other hieroglyphs that need to be rendered. Now, the left side is an OpenType solution that only goes 2 levels deep, whereas if you have just code, you can handle the push and pop in a stack and go beyond like arbitrary number of levels. This is, we have someone called Simon Cousins that is amazing at creating demos and new projects. This is, what's happening here is that the shapes are just a stroke, and using the WebAssembly, he's dotting the path and then outputting that as new glyphs. So that's a variable font. You can change the dot spacing and dot sizing. This one is even more interesting. So this is a font that originally was not pixelated, but what Simon has done is he has embedded free type rasterizer inside the font to rasterize the font and then draw every pixel separately. This one combines color fonts also for anti-aliasing. Now the question is why? Why do this? As I mentioned, even for Arabic, we already have 3 or 4 alternative shaping engines and many other ones that we don't know about, but they are sold in Iran and Pakistan. And for that reason, we don't want to specifically encode one Arabic solution because it's something that's constantly changing and being improved. So another way to look at it is that we want to have pluggable shapers, and people might say this, we don't want this on the web browser, or we don't want this on my system, but shaping doesn't only happen on the web or on the desktop. There's also typesetting. And when you're typesetting something, it's highly desirable that you can just customize your font the same way that you customize your layout engine in TeX or LuaTeX. So there's precedent of this move from a static, data-driven representation to fully programmable approaches. For example, on graphics, there's OpenGL shading language and WebGPU shading language. The web itself moved from being static to using JavaScript and WebAssembly. And web serving also started from individual servers, moved to containers, and now there's WASM and edge computing. Finally, typesetting started with Metafont and TeX, which are programmable. And these days, LuaTeX also embeds the Lua engine in the in the typesetter. So you have full programmability at the layout level, but not the font level. So finally, AAT and Graphite chose a state machine way to represent shaping logic. OpenType decided to factor out the script-specific logic and put it in the standard. However, over 15, 20 years, that approach proved to be unscalable as Unicode introduced new scripts. So what OpenType did, added something called the Universal Shaping Engine, which simplifies adding new scripts to OpenType. However, basically, we are going back from this idea that shaping logic should be in the shaper towards a model that the font provides more and more data. At some point, data and code become the same. So instead of encoding the shaping logic in predetermined ways that OpenType understands, we just want to ship the code in there. And the last line, when we applied this approach to one of the Nastaliq fonts that I demoed, the font size shrank by 2/3, so the font is 1/3 of the original. There's also 3 examples that people made out of this technology. So I implemented this WASM shaper in HarfBuzz, and the WASM runtime I'm using doesn't have a budget limit, like a time limit of CPU, so it's not a production-ready solution. However, it didn't stop someone to encode a full large language model inside the font with a deduction engine such that you type something and then the font completes it for you. Or another one of them, you type in English and it shows translation in German. So these won't be eventually possible because we limit how much work you can do in the shaper, but it has been already experimented with in these ways. And that was my presentation. This is happening on the HarfBuzz/Boring expansion GitHub repo. We have been talking about it at different conferences, and the standardization track is at MPEG. Quick note on HarfBuzz, we've seen since I've been here last time, well, not last time, in the past 15 years, we've seen HarfBuzz market share go up in a way that at this point is probably most commonly used shaper in the world thanks to Chrome and Android and other platforms. So this market share gives us a lot of leverage to innovate. However, we're hitting a problem where unlike Microsoft and Apple, who can just ship something and then standardize it later, we have to go through a standardization first before we can ship it in Chrome and other large platforms. So that gives us a few years lag. But otherwise, we're doing very good on the rolling it out. Even Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator, and InDesign now use HarfBuzz. And I'd like to thank the Google Fonts team for supporting my work and investing in the open source fonts and text rendering ecosystem. Dave Crosslad is here, actually, if you want to talk to him about Google Fonts. And I recently wrote my thoughts about the state of text rendering in a paper that is linked there. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for this brief interlude. We were too lazy to get our slides onto one laptop, so we'll fiddle with 2 laptops instead. Does this work? Ah, there we go. It's almost like a live demo. Does it work? One more time. Well, I'll just maximize it like this. All right. So Bedard talked about complex and interesting things. I'll just show some pictures because it's almost lunchtime. I wanted to start out with this diagram because I'm not sure if everybody knows how the text rendering stack in GNOME actually looks underneath. So GTK is not using half-brass or any of these other things directly. We talk to Pango, and Pango uses font config for enumerating the fonts on your system, and it uses half-brass, what Bedard was talking about, for shaping, and Cairo for rendering. It's not without problems. One of the issues is that whenever a new feature appears in half-brass, where exciting things are happening, as Bedard was just telling us, we always have to figure out how to plumb them through Pango and reach GTK eventually, which can be a hassle. So long term, we kind of want to get Pango out of the way and use half-brass as directly as we can, because that's the focus of development for text rendering. And for now, we are stuck with this situation. So the good news is, in terms of text rendering, nothing happened in Pango basically in the last year, so I guess we could all go to lunch early. But all the action was on the GTK side, actually. If you read my talk yesterday, you heard me talk about the new renderers that we've introduced and the fact that they are doing anti-aliasing in a better way than we did before. I wanted to, as I said, just show pictures here. So this is a quick illustration of why anti-aliasing is important. On the left here, you can see what a very simple-minded renderer would do when given various shapes to render. We just sample the pixels, and the pixels where the shape happens to, say, cover the center of the pixel, they get colored in, and the others don't, which works okay as long as the shape is larger than the size of the pixel grid. As soon as your shapes become small compared to the pixel grid, you end up just randomly losing pixels. So what instead you want to do is what I try to illustrate here on the right side. You want to do some more sophisticated sampling and ideally color in the pixels depending on the coverage, how much of the shape they cover to get a better result. Yes, the next thing I mentioned yesterday is fractional scaling. Our renderers now do this. We actually get the proper scale from the compositor, and we try to not render too much. I wanted to show some more pictures here that illustrate what fractional scaling is all about. So if the application is rendering to a pixel grid at 1 times, it's just a regular grid. And traditionally, what we've done for high DPI rendering is to just switch to a 200% scale. So we still tell the application about the same grid, but underneath we use 4 device pixels for each application pixel. And that is easy and works well because the device pixel grid and the application pixel grid remain aligned, so there's no complex problems. With fractional scaling, that gets a lot more complicated. Now we get, on my laptop, I usually use 125% as the scale, so you have 5 device pixels for 4 application pixels. And as you can see now, the grids are no longer perfectly aligned, and the application will still render its application pixels, and then GTK has to figure out how to fill in the device pixels, because the only thing at the end of the day that we can fill in are the device pixels. And coming back to the topic of this talk, text rendering, if we if you actually look how this affects what we do with glyphs, if the application is rendering a bee, say, and hinting is involved, then we'll try to position the bee on the application grid so that the stem of the bee nicely lines up with the pixels. And if we then fill this shape in, we get a nice and clear vertical stem there. That's the idea, and that's how it works at 100% rendering. Things look a little different now that we do fractional scaling. We have these two grids here, and if the application is still aligning the bee on the, I changed the colors here. The gray grid is the application pixel, so the bee is still aligned to the application pixel grid. But the only pixels we can actually fill in are the device pixels. And as you can see now, the hinting actually works against us because it aligned the bee to the application pixels and thereby made it so that we are no longer aligned to device pixels, and our nice and sharp vertical stem is now blurred out, which is not a great result. So what our new renderers instead do is we try not to do font hinting on the application pixel level. Instead, we do that only once we have the fractional scale from the compositor and we know where the device pixels are. And then we do the hinting to the device pixel grid. Maybe you can see that here. If I go back, here it was the bee, the top left corner of the bee was on a application pixel boundary, and now here we shifted it up so that it's actually aligned to the device pixels. And if we then again render, we get again a nice and sharp vertical stem. And that's what GTK is doing with the new renderers. And I hope it makes your fonts sharper and makes everything look better. And that's all I had to show. As I said, I just wanted to show some pictures and let you all go to lunch, unless there's questions.
I'm sure you know the question, it's the hard one. What do we do to make it nice when we're scrolling in text editor so we don't jump around when we're on Frac? Should we be disabling? You know, I guess I'm looking for ideas too, because I need this for terminal widget as well.
I'm not sure there's a perfect answer to that. I mean, it's a difficult problem. What Christian alludes to is that with our hinting, glyphs are moving around a little bit. And if you're scrolling, what can happen is that the glyphs jump up to the next device pixel position. Sometimes they jump up, sometimes they jump down. And if you scroll and if you're very sensitive to this, like some people are, then you notice that there can be some jitter. That's a general problem with animations and font hinting. And to be honest, I'm not sure that we have a perfect answer to this. We just need to try things out and see if we can make it better. Unless you have any good ideas. No.
So I have memories of, in the past, there have been talks about a GPU rasterizer for fonts or something. Could you, either one of you, give us an update, or like, is that not a thing anymore? Is it stalled? How is it?
So that's something that Bedard did more than a decade ago now, like something called Glyphy, which basically
Glyphy, that's the name.
Glyphy,
yes.
yeah. So the current, what we do in GTK currently is we have a very traditional approach to rendering glyphs. I mean, we do use the GPU for most things, but we rasterize the glyphs with Cairo still, and then we upload them to a glyph cache and use them from there. And what you ideally would want to do is maybe upload the outlines, like the scalable Bezier curves, and then have a shader that can handle those and rasterize them on the GPU. That would be the cool thing to do, and that's what Glyphy was experimenting with. We did a few years ago, maybe 2 years ago now, try to integrate Glyphy into our renderers. And we do have a working branch somewhere that does that. But we haven't merged that yet because other things were of a higher priority. We will get back to, I mean, maybe I should say it's part of a larger problem. I talked about GSK Pass yesterday. That's kind of the same idea. We have Pass as a GTK API now, but we still use Cairo underneath to rasterize them and then upload a texture. That's the same problem. We also want to eventually render Pass on the GPU.
So the idea is to use GSK Path for font rendering in the future, or?
Sorry?
So the idea is to use GSK Path for font rendering too?
I don't think that's the best fit, to be honest. I mean, glyphs are very specialized paths. They have, I mean, we talked about hinting here, and that's one of the specialties that you have that are relevant for glyphs and not so relevant for general paths. And in some regards, glyphs are often, well, we have to work with free time. The shaper needs to be very robust to be able to handle those situations. For glyphs, that might be a little easier, so that's why something like Glyphy makes sense to treat as a separate thing. But these two things are both open.
Um, Hi everyone. My name is Regina, and I'm going to be speaking about empowering open source communities, a subtopic on strategies for building contributors engagement in underrepresented geographic region. This is mainly a continuation of a series that I started, say, about the last three GUADEC. And I feel like this is more like the capping of everything I've been talking around diversity and sustainability for the GNOME project for about 3 to 4 years now. So for this particular presentation, I am going to be talking about more like an introduction of myself for those of you that doesn't know me, and importance of geographic diversity. I'm going to be talking about strategies for building contributor engagement. And this is mainly going to be focusing on strategies that I have employed through individual research and what is basically going on around the GNOME Africa community. And I'm going to be speaking a little bit about some of the challenges and also using GNOME Africa as a case study for my talk. Then finally, I'll be giving more like recommendation and conclusion that I think that the GNOME project can follow. And this is again mainly on um, the research that I've been able to conduct within the community and the things I've noticed and I've worked with. So why am I basically giving this talk? I feel like um, I've been approached more than once about basically how I've been able to work within GNOME and the African community and how other communities can actually more like leverage how we've been able to expand the GNOME presence within Africa. And I feel like this is a really good platform to basically share the strategies, and hopefully it will help other local communities in different regions as well. So who am I? I'm Regina, and I'm a project maintainer and also a director of community. For my daytime job, I work as a software engineer at Zakia. I am also an OSPA ambassador at Zakia, means diversity among project maintainers. So basically, the concern here is that variety of project maintainers within the GNOME project do not still understand the benefits of why there should be increased diversity within contribution within their project. And so when I personally approach project maintainers of GNOME apps and all, I mostly have to always explain reasons why the project is not they don't understand diversity and why it is important that they should allow people from underrepresented region to come in. So this has more like been like a blocker to my work within the GNOME project, that project maintainers do not still understand the essence why diversity is required within the GNOME project. Another thing is that we have some level of homogeneous contributor base, people from a particular region contributing to a particular project. For instance, people from maybe Europe contributing to a particular project, and they find it difficult to involve other people from other region into that project. That way you find yourself having to do a whole lot of explanation, helping them to see the reason why diversity is really important here. Another thing that I found as a blocker is use the word paid contributors. Not everybody understands that they are paid contributors within the GNOME project. Let me explain. So there are contributors that are paid by organizations to work on GNOME projects, and there are contributors that are paid by the foundation to work on GNOME. And there has not been a particular boundary as to what level of roles is needed for paid contributors and how paid contributors can allow volunteers to basically participate in what they are doing. So there's not been more like an explicit boundaries drawn within this two set of people. Another thing is resource allocation. So they are not more like region-based resource allocation for underrepresented um, geographic region. So we don't have budget allocation, you say, for Asia, for Africa, and this is basically what we want to spend to ensure that we bring about more contributors into the GNOME project. So these are the factors that are found that are basically unique to the GNOME project. Aside from every other thing else that we have mentioned, on the internet around factors for underrepresented geographic diversity within open source. There's so many reasons why it is important that we allow for people from different regions to be able to contribute to open source. And if you would Google today, you would find many reasons. But these reasons are basically not just reasons because um, it's important to be diverse, but it is reasons because it is important to have a more diverse collaborative innovation around the GNOME project. So they are being researched, even with real world examples in, bigger projects that demonstrate that geographical diverse teams bring unique perspective to problem solving, to innovation. And this is why it's more like a concern to me that there's still less of this representation around the GNOME project. So one of the things I wrote here is increased global reach and impact. The GNOME project is a very unique project within the Linux ecosystem. What we're doing is something that is bringing desktop application, free desktop application to open source, to the Linux ecosystem. And this I feel should allow for benefit even out from Europe, from America, for people outside to be able to come in and actually also participate in the awesome work that we've done over the years. Another thing is sustainable community growth. What do I mean here is that if you look at the percentages around research on project maintainers that are going on burnout within different open source projects, you would see that if we had to take the statistics, 5 to 10 years down the line, there would be less people concentrating on projects. And many projects or many apps within GNOME, aside from paid contributors, that means organizations that are currently paying people to develop this application. There will be other apps that are just redundant, they are not contributors. One of the wise things to do here is to allow for, people from diverse regions to come in and begin to take up these responsibilities and begin to contribute, support the project maintainers that are currently doing awesome works within the GNOME applications that we have at the moment. Another thing I wrote about here is feedback and testing. And I like the fact that there's a use case that was taken recently around GNOME, around asking for people to give their feedbacks with survey for internship and all of that. And that's really awesome to see. Um, and the whole idea is that if we have broader user feedback and testing, you would have better perspective of different people that would not be biased, that would not be limited to a particular region, right? And of course, the last thing there is inclusivity and equity. That means allowing opportunities for people from underrepresented region to be able to come into the GNOME project and make impact as well, and also thrive within the community. All of this benefit is basically allowing for a space for people that are not seen within the community to be seen without feeling not seen. And that what I mean there is that I've come across certain project maintainers and have conversations with them. And I see that what happens there is that some project maintainers are actually scared that allowing contributors to come in might basically limit their contributions within non-project or make them less visible. I think, which is not true. This narrative is something that we need to understand that it is helping your project and giving more visibility to the known project rather than you personalizing or making it seem as though this is going to make you less relevant in a known project. So I looked at some of the challenges and some of the case studies that we've looked at within the GNOME Africa project. So before I dive into the challenges, when I came into the GNOME project, I think that was about 2019, I can't remember vividly. And I think I was introduced to two other Africans as myself. That means we are just three. And I listened to the opinions of the other Africans that came in with me. And it was more clear that the community is not allowing contributions from our end. And as someone that feels as though um, this has to change, I'm somebody that basically I'm determined to want to do something different. I felt like we have a lot of developers within Africa. Not allowing Africa to come into the GNOME project, it's more like having a large chunk of developers not having access to an awesome project like GNOME, right? So let's look at data analysis of basically the GitHub Octoverse that happened in 2023 as regards to contributors around Africa, developer communities. Because when we want to talk about people that are basically going to come into the GNOME project to make contribution, we are talking about people that are either in a developer community or people that are in technology or just basically just want to contribute to open source. So there are different countries around Africa, which is obviously a continent. And so if you look at this data, you see that for the fastest growing developer community in Africa, we have Nigeria on that list, which is basically 45%. If you look at most of the open source projects at the moment, you're likely to find more Nigerians than other African countries. And that's mainly because this data shows that there are more Nigerian developers have been interested in open source than other African countries. And but if you even look at the gaps within other African countries, you will see that they are not so more like far from each other. For instance, for Ghana, we have about 41%, for Kenya 41, Morocco 35, Ethiopia 32, and South Africa 30%. It shows that there is more like an interest in open source. And I feel like this is more like an untapped region that GNOME can basically begin to tap into this particular resource and get these developers engaged within what we do within the GNOME project. So I started in GNOME Africa, I think around 2019, 2020. And over the time I started the project, I found that there are contributors currently contributing right now, which is really good. Really shout out to Outreach and GSOC, right? And we still have inspiring contributors, or should I use people that are aspiring to basically contribute to GNOME project, but they don't know basically where to start. We have a large chunk of those people currently at the moment. There are people that are basically contributing to other open source communities in Africa, but they are still interested in GNOME, but they've not found a pathway in. And then there are people that are basically right now contributing to outreach within GNOME and also contributing to other open source projects, but they're still within the community, hoping to get a chance to be able to participate in GNOME projects. And there are people that are interested in programs like GSOC and other programs within GNOME, which is university outreach programs. If you want to learn more about the programs that we've done recently, you can go to the GNOME event page. Category 7 is basically event for GNOME Africa. So what are the challenges that we are facing here? One of the challenges here is that there are no proper pathways to help people that do not have any idea about GNOME projects to contribute to GNOME project. So what that means is that even if you're a developer, you still need some level of mentorship, onboarding to be able to come into GNOME project, to be able to make more like an impact within GNOME project. So what strategy did we employ? Basically, one of the strategies that I personally took on as a project is basically research. And I did a research internally that I was opportunity to present to the board when I was on board. And there are certain teams that came out of that research. And that's basically the teams that I have worked on with the African team to be able to do what we are doing at the moment. Um, the things that came out from that research were things around awareness, testimonials, visibility, and fundraising. So I used basically the awareness aspect to build a community roadmap that guided more like our activities into building more awareness of GNOME within the African region. So everything that we have done for the past 3 years has basically been around building awareness and running programs that takes me to the next thing, running programs for newcomers, programs that allows newcomers to be able to come in and to be able to basically learn about the GNOME project and be integrated into projects like outreach and also learning about GSOC. So we did a lot of awareness initiative. If you had followed our previous account that was blocked, we did a lot of Twitter spaces, we did a lot of community engagement, things to basically get people excited about the project and be able to basically come into the project. And one thing we did more is about collaboration. One of the things I've done over the years is to speak to more of GNOME project maintainers to see if there could be a pathway for people to contribute within GNOME projects. And I think that this is a way other communities as well can actually get people to get things to do with GNOME projects, having collaboration with project maintainers and having more like stretch of talks as to how people from underrepresented regions can basically come in to your project. So this result of everything we've done is basically around having to speak in large events about GNOME, having to do a whole lot of things around booths, talking to people one-on-one as to how they can contribute and how GNOME is a community that is welcoming, which is why I'm hoping that we'll continue to be welcoming to people like myself going forward. So we brought new contributors in GNOME projects. We got people in outreach. There's still a lot of interest within the university outreach programs, that interest within the GSOC, and there's also interest of people still wanting to get involved in the community. Winding down a bit to recommendation and conclusion as to the things that I've done basically on research and the things that I feel like the GNOME community can basically do. The thing here is about looking at the GNOME structure, how we are structured, and how we can begin to know that we are part of a larger circle, and everyone is basically, um, um, let me use the word, everyone is involved in bringing underrepresented region in. And this is not to talk about now, in this case, not to talk about just Africa alone, because I've had conversation with other communities as well that are not African communities. I'm talking about the Latin, I'm talking about the Asia, I'm talking about communities that are currently not seen within the GNOME community. We all, both as a project, as a foundation, and as a community, has to work to see that we give a chance to underrepresented region. So for the GNOME project, you already know that the GNOME project basically what our desktop environment and it also includes GNOME technology. And this involves contributors and maintainers. So the contributors currently of this GNOME projects and maintainers has a role to play to be able to more like get in more people from underrepresented region. Another work here is for the GNOME Foundation, which is basically about directors, the staff, and advisory board members. Everyone basically has to work on more strategies. I'm quite excited now that there's more like a 5-year strategic plan, and I'm looking forward to see how that is going to be in more like implemented in years to come. To see that there are more like intentionality into engaging underrepresented region into what the GNOME project is doing. And we as a community, and I mean every one of us, foundation members, local and international communities, in our different regions, we still have to continue to work to strive to see that we allow for engagement of underrepresented communities. So what can we do mainly? I'm someone that is data driven, so it means that there are a lot of data around underrepresented region in open source, but there are less data that are basically tilted towards open source, a particular open source project. For instance, the GNOME project. There are less data that speaks about diversity, representation in the community. And this is where I think that the first work should begin. Having to do some sort of research within to identify the most underrepresented region to better, tell more on engagement strategies. So what do I mean by this? It's basically taking more like surveys around. We have the newcomers channel, we have the foundation channel, and we have other channels of different projects as well, and find out which region are most represented. I mean that when we look at the statistics of responses, observe the responses you have within the newcomers channel, you can already know what is going on within the community without having to take a research. But the research basically helps you to know where we can actually put our energies and like where we can begin to make impact, to drive impact in. So this is one area I think that is important that we drive to see that which regions are now underrepresented and how can we begin to tailor our programs, initiatives to basically reach out to these particular regions in the GNOME community. So after you're able to basically do some sort of research, the next thing there is basically looking at funding and resources. So when we know the areas which are underrepresented, we can begin to know where to tilt funding, where to tilt resources, where to tilt programs, and we can begin to get more tangible impact as to what we have done, with the data and the research that we've been able to gather, and that drives towards the tailored programs. If research is done, funding are allocated, funding will be used for programs that are tailored towards this underrepresented region to ensure that these people within this underrepresented region are allowed to make impact in the GNOME community. Another thing here is testimonials and spotlights. And I think I spoke about this in last GUADEC. It's important that the global GNOME community touch light on people from different communities that are making impact within the global GNOME community. So this basically helps you to more like demonstrate some sort of intentionality and support diverse contributors and inspire others to join. So if you have diverse contributors in Outreach currently, try to talk about the work they're doing and showcase it to the global open source ecosystem that when you say that we are building a diverse, sustainable software, that is not just a buzzword in the GNOME project, that we are intentionally actually driving this to see that changes come within the GNOME community. So testimonials and spotlights cannot be overemphasized when we are basically throwing out things around our social media platforms or informations rather. Feedback loops is something that I feel like would basically help a lot in when we are done with programs and all of this stuff, we can begin to take more like feedback loops to basically check what areas did we do better and how we can, more be more better, in the next programs that we are going to do. And the sixth one there is actually to promote local community programs. I would want to give it up for I think the engagement channel. They're doing a lot of work to promote local community program. I remember the last time I traveled to Africa for something within GNOME, and I know how they had to work off hours to see that they're able to basically talk about this work. More of something like this is really good because basically it helps to show and give an history of the work that we are doing within other areas that we are not mostly, I'll use the word visible. And this is me ending my talk, and I'm ending with something like, um, at the beginning, I started by saying that why is geographic diversity still a challenge in open source communities? And if I will look at this a bit more, why is this still a problem within a GNOME project? As you look at what I've said about how we started, the problems we are having, the factors that are contributing to these problems, the things that are basically making it acting like a blocker for people like myself, people from other different regions to basically come to the GNOME project. If you look at all of this, you would see that the reason why you and I, or you would inspire to work in larger organization. The reason why I work where I work for my day job is because diversity is a core value. Diversity is basically not just a word that was made up, it's actually demonstrated in the way we work. And I'm sure that we all are in different communities where we all, let me say, different organizations where diversity is not a buzzword, that you've seen that this thing actually works. So if we as a community can work more to embed diversity into our core values and see that we are making it essential, part of our culture, in the way we demonstrate what we are doing in our platforms, which we have been doing a good job already, but we can actually do more and improve on these areas. In the way we relate to ourselves, in the way we advance contribution from people that are not like us, people that is not like me, people that's not like you, that is when we begin to build a culture of diversity. That is when people from outside of GNOME can say that, oh, GNOME is actually a diverse community and would have less mismatched observation around what we are doing in the community and what we are trying to portray outside. And this is basically a story that I think that it'll be easy to tell to a funder that wants to fund a project like GNOME, a new funder, because you wouldn't have to look for these stories. They would have been told by the stories we've been basically speaking about in our social media platform. They would have been told by the things we engage on. They would have been told by the project and the people that are basically participating in our internal projects and maybe other newer programs to come. So I would end by saying that if we take all of this together and we begin to act on this, both as a community, as a project, and even within the leadership team, I think that looking 5 years down the line, which is basically the roadmap that we have, a strategic um, document that we have drafted, you would see that there would be a whole lot of change that I feel like other communities will begin to basically learn from the values that we have been able to do over the years. Thank you very much. And I'm currently on Twitter and LinkedIn if you would like to basically connect with me. And if there are questions as well, I'm open to questions. I have to leave some time for questions. Yeah.
Lunch or wonderful break. And for those of you online, I hope you had a nice little break as well. I'm very excited to welcome you back for our next presentation from Dan Yaw, showing up, showing up, there was a pause, showing up for Python and GNOME. Take it away.
Hey everyone, I'm so excited to be talking about showing up for Python and GNOME. So for my day job, I work at Ford Motor Company in functional safety, which really helps ensure complex software is safe for customers and doesn't malfunction and cause harm. And as part of this, we model like the behavior and structure and requirements of a system as part of the rigor we apply to a system design. About 6 years ago, I started getting involved in a Python GTK app called Gafor with a goal of being able to do the systems modeling with an open source tool. And now it's a GNOME Circle app for doing SysML and UML modeling. And then I also got involved in Michigan Python and started hosting that to learn and collaborate about Python where I live in Michigan. And then you start getting involved in like the ecosystem around you a little bit to help fix things going on. So I also contribute to GVS Build to help fix pain points with building GTK and Windows. And over the last year, I've gotten more involved in PyGObject, which is the GNOME Python. And that's what this talk will be about, kind of the journey we've been on there. So first, I'm going to talk about something totally unrelated. Let's talk about Pokemon. So my son is really into Pokemon. He's 10 years old, all the video games, movies, Pokemon, trading card games, and he can figure out how to make, with a little help, how to make a simple app and game using Python. And right now he's trying to work on a Pokédex. And it's so cool to see people that are really deeply interested in things and get deep in their interests and see those different kind of interests flourish. And I think that's where really like Python stands. It's easy to learn, but also kind of a hard language to master. It scales with your skill set, and it's also, that's what makes it such like an important language for our ecosystem in GNOME. It's used by students and researchers and non-professional programmers. It's used by artists and data scientists, web developers, systems engineers, even astronomers. And I think right now with Builder, Workbench, Combalache, Flatpak, it has never been easier to build an app for GNOME. And I think this is kind of the big tent we need in our community to make room for people of all walks to come and easily build small apps for our ecosystem and geek out on their interests for them. So we need to make sure the GNOME experience lives up to this so that they can come and join our community. So PyGObject, this is Python in GNOME. It is a successor to what was called PyGTK that James Henstrich started in 1998, and it uses PyObject introspection directly to allow you to build GNOME apps with Python. If you see the patterns and the app icons here, they kind of reflect those deep interests I was talking about. So it includes things like art and modeling and graphing and music. There's genealogy, a manga app, classic gaming, scientific reports. And I think that really reflects kind of what people are using Python for. In December 2022, Emmanuel Bazzi wrote a blog post called On PyGObject with a call to action to get more involved to help Christoph Reiter, the maintainer of the library. He went through 3 large use cases of features missing in PyGObject, which really made it hard for him to recommend people use it. This included typed instances for things like GTK expressions, render nodes, and events. These foundational types were not supported in Python in GNOME since they weren't based on GObjects. The second thing was the base wrapper for GObject itself is written in Python instead of using GObject introspection. This means that constructing and disposing of objects can be difficult because PyGObject doesn't automatically get access to the functions for doing these operations. And finally, the documentation was spread everywhere, and a lot of it wasn't updated for GTK4. You can see the pattern in this commit history. Although it isn't the only or most important indicator of community health, major contributors like Simon Feltman, John Palmieri, and Martin Pitt left the project, which is kind of a natural part of open source. And Christoph really kept the fires burning late into the nights, but he was also working on other important open source projects like MSys2. PyGObject was mostly idling along with absolutely necessary changes only. And this was also a time where the overall ecosystem was making a lot of changes, like GTK4 being released. And you could see kind of the downward trend there over time. Major open source projects really need a contribution funnel to get people involved. This community building requires many hands to get involved to help newcomers triage issues, review contributions, answer questions, and provide support. Unfortunately, it is all too common for one person trying to hold it all together, even for multiple projects. This is also a catch-22, that one person who has so little time to hold and is trying to hold everything together only has limited time to manage those issues that are raised or each merge request submitted, and it's extra work and burden on them. It doesn't feel welcoming to new people if they show up to help and their contributions dead rot, and it's often, if you do show up to contribute and it doesn't feel welcoming, then you go other places where you feel like your work will make more of a difference. Since GNOME is a whole project and developer accesses across the entire project, this also adds an extra layer of complexity to try to figure out how to get through. For an under-maintained project, it kind of feels like GNOME is this walled city and you're at a gate trying to knock and there's no one there. Wow. So the GNOME project handbook, which was released at the end of January, is so good. It is such a special resource to document to everyone how to get involved and sets expectations. Really a huge shout out to all the team that was involved in creating that. Since GNOME as a project is made up of volunteers and individuals paid by companies with their own priorities, it can be often difficult to shift resources to help out on each part of the ecosystem. Also, Emmanuel shouldn't have to write a blog post asking for people to help to get involved. There may be an opportunity for the GNOME Foundation or other community members here to track the health of the ecosystem of key GNOME projects using metrics, and then provide community building support for those that are starting to have challenges to help them out before it becomes an issue. Let's switch gears a bit. I want to talk about the state of PyGObject because we've made some huge improvements in the last year. Let's start with the basics. A clean issue and merge request backlog is important for a thriving community. We made some major inroads in the last year to reduce the total open issues and merge request counts. Although we haven't quite gotten all the way to the subset we really are going to work on, getting issues in the 100 to 200 range is something that contributors can get their head around, and much more than this can feel kind of overwhelming. The next thing is fundamental types. GObject is the base type system and object class and used for most of GTK and related libraries. Types are the fundamental part of a programming language like C to translate a type like a char to the machine architecture with a minimum size like 8 bits and whatever the maximum size is. glib provides a type system for GTK and related libraries. Most of these types are fundamental types that are instantiated by glib automatically, like gchar. And most objects are created by inheriting from GObject to get all the things that come with a GObject. So you get memory management, properties like getters and setters, and construction and deconstruction of instances. However, not every piece of data used in GTK application needs all that. So other fundamental types are created by GTK through defining a class and instance structure. Up until recently, PyGObject didn't support making use of these fundamental types for data in your programs like expressions, render nodes, and events. So let's jump into an example. If you're not familiar with Workbench, it is this great app for learning and prototyping GNOME apps in Vala, Python, Rust, and JavaScript. I highly recommend it. It's really good. Here you can see the column view example. Column view was added in GTK to make it easier, GTK4, as an easier way to create a table of data. Here's a list of books with title, author, and year. You can sort the columns by clicking on the column header and also select a row, which is shown in the light blue. For GA4, I would like to integrate a table view for that model-based systems engineering diagrams for doing analysis. So I really want to make use of column view. As we saw in the column view, being able to click on a column header and sort it is really important. It's kind of expected functionality. So for strings, you want to sort them from A to Z, and for numbers, sort them low to high or high to low. Since this is such a common use case, GTK provides a straightforward way to enable this sorting with something called an expression. And we use a certain type called a property expression. An expression is a way to describe a reference to a value, and a property expression does what it sounds like. It provides a property value in an expression. This is different than normal property bindings because the object which is being bound doesn't have to exist when the expression is created. The expression is called this. It references an item which has a property. The expression is getting the value of this property. It is still possible to sort columns without expressions, but it takes a lot of work. Let's see how you had to use to do this in Python. First, we get some objects from Workbench, because this example was from Workbench. So it gets a column view and 3 columns, which were defined in a builder UI file. Next, we create an empty function called the model function using a lambda. We need to create a tree model, a tree sorter, a sorter model, and then a selection which we set as the model for the column view. The model is a GIO data model. We make use of GTK by instantiating the tree list model, the tree list row sorter, sort list model, and a single selection. Wow, okay. Now we need to write our own logic to actually do the sorting. The first function we define is for sorting strings. Like for the title and author columns, this function takes 2 objects and the column. It then gets both values using a getAttr to get an attribute and sets them to lowercase so that the case of the string doesn't impact the order when it's sorted. Then it compares the first character of the string based on the Unicode ordinal value of the character. If they're the same, then it compares the next character and so on. If A is larger than B, then the function returns 1, and if B is larger than A, then it returns -1. The integer sorting function works the same, except no lowercase is needed because they're integers and they're directly compared. Finally, we set the sorter of each column using custom sorters that we created. We did it. We created our sorters without expressions, but that was quite a lot of work to do that. So now we have implemented fundamental types in PyGObject, which fixes this use case number 1 from the on PyGObject blog post. The original work on this started in 2010, and Aryan Molinar brushed it off and brought it home this year. Now we can make use of expressions for our logic. Here we create 3 property expressions, pass in our book class. We pass in none because we don't need to evaluate an extra expression, and then the column name. Finally, we set the sorter for each column to string sorters for the title and author columns, and numeric sorters for the year column, and pass on the property expression we just created. Said another way, the sorter for each column is bound to the property of the book for that column. The addition of fundamental types is such a large improvement, and this is such a contribution that was made just recently by Aryan. Centralizing docs. So we used to have PyGObject docs hosted on Read the Docs, and that's very common for Python projects. Raphael Mardohai also had a really nice PyGObject guide, which was a tutorial for Python with GTK, and that was also based on the Python GTK 3 tutorial by Sebastian Polsterl. We worked with the communities to convert the projects from the GNU free documentation license to LGPL, and then we merged the tutorials with the other docs and moved them to a more official pygeobject.gnome.org subdomain. Next, I'll talk about packaging and development environment improvements. The Python project configuration in setup.py files was the standard for a very long time, and it is still pretty widely adopted. When Python first developed its tooling for building projects, distutils, which was in the standard library, was the answer. As time went on, setup tools gained popularity to add some features on top of distutils. Both use the concept of a setup.py file that project maintainers executed to build and install the software. The downfall of this is there wasn't really a good way to declare the dependencies a project needs without running the setup.py file itself. The main Python install tool pip was then executing arbitrary code just for pip to see the dependencies or to install a package. An advantage of this was that as a project maintainer, setup.py is just a Python file, so you could put any custom build stuff you wanted in it. But let's move to a more modern alternative where we can break up our build steps to install the build system and then execute the build as a separate step. Mason is the standard build system used by GNOME projects. It is easy to use, fast, and powerful. Mason Python implements the Python build system hooks, enabling Python build front ends such as pip and a tool called build to build and install Python packages based on Mason build definitions. Since we were separating the steps anyway when moving away from setup.py, we use Mason Python to also build PyGObject. Other popular Python libraries like NumPy and SciPy have already moved to use Mason Python, and PyCairo, the Python bindings for Cairo, is also planning on doing so soon. I think this really fills a nice niche for Python projects that also have to compile or build other languages like C. Here's a portion of what we're using to replace setup.py, a pyproject.toml file that we use for the build settings. The parts in brackets are the section for Mason Python arguments in the build system, and in each section are the key value pairs for setup options, the build backend, and build dependencies. Nice, so now we can build PyGObject like any other GNOME project. When someone says Python packaging, they could mean also a lot of different things. So it could be environment management, which is mostly things like virtual environments. That's in the purple. It could be package management, which is in blue. Python version management of installing multiple versions of Python is in gray. Package building is in yellow, and package publishing is in red. Mason Python takes care of the yellow since it's a build tool. We decided to add PDM to the mix, which takes care of a lot of the other areas to make it easy to contribute to the project, and still works with Mason Python. It manages dependency installation, including resolving and locking dependency versions. It helps set up virtual environments and publishing new versions to the Python package index called PyPI. One of the other tools in the blue called pipex is also really nice for installing isolated Python tools as long as you have the other system dependencies you need for PyGObject. You can install PDM with pipex, grab the PyGObject source, and then run PDM install to get a complete working environment. We've also been working on modernizing the API docs. Just like many other libraries have upgraded from GTK-doc to GI-docgen, PyGObject also recently made the switch. GI-docgen reuses the introspection data generated by GObject-based libraries to generate the API references of these libraries. Previously, we were using PGI-docgen. PGI is actually this cool project by Christoph to create Python bindings without C code, and PGI-docgen was then able to create the GIR docs and create a Sphinx website from them. But we decided to move on to a more standard approach. Previously missing documentation, like for GTK template, is now available, and because we are using the introspection data directly, and it's less maintenance going forward. This is kind of a minor change, but we also renamed the primary branch from master to main earlier in the year, and this improves standardization and us being inclusive with other GNOME projects. Async I/O. This is another really big change. Async I/O is a means to cooperatively multitask. It gives a feeling of concurrency despite using a single thread in a single process. The central feature of async I/O, called coroutines, can be scheduled concurrently, but they don't actually run at the same time. This can provide a large speed up for cases where the program is waiting on something that's slower than the program is to execute. For example, if a program needs to go out and fetch some information from the network or from some complex database query, it can schedule other things to happen while it is waiting for the data to return. A Nintendo Switch. So I wanted to give another example with my kids. So they really like playing Switch. And so they're always like, hey, Dad, come play Super Mario Kart with me or Super Smash Brothers. But boy, do they take so long to get going actually playing the game. They'll sit and watch like the previews of the new games coming out. Then they'll like watch the opening credits of the game. Then they'll customize their characters. And it's like 15 minutes before you even start playing. So I just can't do it. It's also not like a good way for me to like interact with them because they're like glued to watching whatever like preview is or something. So I'll often get my phone out, browse Mastodon, see what's new in the open source projects while they're doing that. This is kind of how async IO works. It allows us to schedule tasks and coroutines like playing a video game and looking at my phone and switch between them. I'm not actually doing them at the same time, but I am getting more work done that I wanted to do. This is a simple hello world example of using async IO. I thought it would help kind of show how we do it in Python first, and then I'll show how we're using it in PyGObject. First, we import async IO. Next, we define a hello coroutine, which is really this normal function definition, but it has this async keyword in front. We print hello. Next, we use the wait keyword to let another coroutine run to sleep for 1 second. And finally, after that runs, we print world. We also define a second coroutine called main. This uses async.gather to schedule the hello coroutine to be run twice concurrently as 2 tasks. When this executes, it prints hello, then runs sleep, and since that's async io.sleep, it's non-blocking. And then there is another call of hello scheduled because we're waiting for the sleep to happen. So it prints hello again. Once the sleep coroutine finishes, it resumes printing hello, it resumes printing world twice. We've had some async support in the Python landscape for GNOME in the past. So there was 2 options. One's called gbulb, and another one's called async async glib is the other library. So here you can see it was possible to import async IO and gbulb and tie async IO to the glib event loop. This is useful for GUI applications because if you have something long running, you don't want to block the GUI application because because you're waiting for something to return. And that would make your app feel unresponsive. This is kind of a heavy implementation that implements most async IO functions on top of glib. There was also another library, as I was mentioning, called async IO glib. gbulb dispatches async IO callbacks directly from the glib main loop. In contrast, async IO glib iterates the glib main loop until an async IO event is ready, and then has async IO event loop dispatch the event. In this example, we run glib.install function, get the async IO loop, and then run the loop while passing in the GTK app. One disadvantage of both gbulb and async IO glib is that they don't allow you to await GIO asynchronous results. GIO is a library for things like general purpose IO and networking. Access to many of these things can be slower than your app, and it is really this great use case to use async IO. After 2 years, Benjamin Berg finished an initial implementation of async IO integration with PyGObject, which was just merged this week, just in time. So now we have Python async IO await for GIO async results. This approach uses the gmain loop to drive the event loop and allows us to await GIO async functions. In this example, we're going to walk through this example listing the names that are available on the dbus. Dbus allows inter-process communication to allow applications to talk to each other. After doing some imports, which I didn't show here, we define a coroutine called idle test. Since GIO supports asynchronous calls, we await getting the system bus by calling gio.bus underscore get, and passing in the bus type. Now that we have the system bus, we call the dbus while passing in the bus name, the object path, and the interface name, and the method we want to use, and various other parameters. Finally, we need a bit of boilerplate to get things going. We use the glib event loop policy, which is used to get or set event loops. We then set the policy with async IO, which wires up the gmain loop to drive the event loop. We then get the event loop and tell the program to run the idle test coroutine until it's complete. Our program then prints out the names from dbus, and we have successfully awaited an async result. Wow, async IO directly in PyGObject. Yeah, it's really exciting. Let's talk a little bit about the future. Wheels for Windows. So for security reasons, Python 3.8 stopped automatically loading DLLs on the path of Windows. Many libraries, including PyGObject, previously depended on this behavior. If you build GTK on Windows using GVS build or with MS Visual C directly, you don't end up with a working PyGObject without manually loading DLLs in your program or patching PyGObject itself. We have discussed options to fix this, and there hasn't been much excitement about adding a DLL search routine in PyGObject startup code, and we're still talking about options, but a wheel format allows DLLs to be bundled along the side of the PyGObject library, and then they're automatically loaded. A wheel is Python's binary format for distributing a Python library. This would also significantly improve install time as well, since users can directly install a precompiled version of a library like PyGObject instead of compiling it during the installation. We should also consider building wheels for the other platforms as well to get those same advantages. libgi repository 2.0. This is more of a chore to make sure that PyGObject is using the latest libraries. libgi repository was originally part of gobject introspection. However, it is now very stable and has been integrated with glib to improve the build process to prevent circular dependencies between glib and gobject introspection. The main change between the two versions of libgi repository is that it now uses gobject type instance as the basis of the type system, rather than a simple C-struct aliasing. The symbol prefix also was updated from G underscore to GI underscore. Various function arguments changed, and there were some modifications to the stack allocation. Philip Withnall started this work to port PyGObject, and Arjen Molinar has picked it up to try to bring it home. The last part of centralizing docs is we need to move our API docs. So to do that, we need to combine and merge them into that pygeobject.gnome.org, and this would finish our centralizing of docs in all one place. So this is our news story. PyGObject is a great choice for building apps in GNOME. I also wanted to do a call to action. You can get involved with PyGObject. We're on GitLab at GNOME/PyGObject, and we would love contributions of any kind. Even while I was here in the conference, I heard people who said like, hey, I'm experienced with this, or like, I've thought about contributing, but I've never had a chance, and we would love your help. You can submit and help triage issues, continue to help us improve the docs, help us fix bugs and implement features. Even adding examples to Workbench is really helpful for tutorials. Build your projects with PyGObject, and come even chat with us on Matrix at the Python channel. I also want to thank all the contributors who have contributed to PyGObject, especially over the last year, and special thanks to Christoph and Arjen who helped maintain PyGObject. You can check out these slides on my GitHub account at daniel/presentations. And thank you. I'll be glad to take questions.
Hey, I was curious about the event loop integration in async IO. So is it actually having the glib event loop like take over the normal async IO event loop? Is that how it works?
Let me go back. So your question was, is it having async IO take over the glib event loop?
The other way around. Well, either way. How does that work? Because obviously I would think that you would not be able to call GIO async, like any of the async, like glib or GIO functions, if you're using the async IO event loop. It just won't know how to manage them, but maybe, I don't know.
So it uses the G main loop. It's kind of like a minimal, it's actually, I think Benjamin did a really nice job with this because it's kind of like the other things we had before were very heavyweight. I think this is very kind of like a small implementation, but has full functionality. So it uses the G main loop to drive the async IO event loop. And then that unlocks, things like us awaiting the GIO async functions.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, so I have a lot to say, so I'll have to try to keep it like condensed. But I'm concerned about like several subjects. I'm very happy that there's like improvements coming to the documentations. Can I expect to go on a website and read documentation that's only Python without having to read documentation for the C API? Because right now that's kind of like required, and that's kind of holding me back in implementing, in using the full GTK and GObject API, because I don't feel comfortable enough to delve, like to go deep inside like those C APIs. I mean, there's a reason why I don't code in C and I code in Python instead, is because I don't have like the C skills. So yeah, it would be, and also I've been experimenting with like Qt recently, and I've been really impressed with the state of the documentation they have for Python, which they built from the C++ documentation. One thing I particularly enjoyed was the amount of like code examples they have, and I would like, I mean, if there's a way to have the same thing in GTK, I mean, it would be so wonderful. Another point is like auto-completion, like in your editor. So there is a method for auto-completion. It was for Vim. I wrote it. I since abandoned it. So I've stopped using it. I'm not longer like aware of like any current options. I'm using like VS Code right now, and I don't think it's like has the correct auto-completion, but is that something I could expect like in the near future? Because as I've been saying, I'm like kind of on the fence right now between, I'll have to migrate to GTK4 at some point, and I have to choose between going GTK4 or maybe switching to Qt. So that's the question right now.
Thanks so much for the questions. So if I'm going to summarize, I think the first question was about our API documentation, and is it possible to, in the API documentation, to see Python code examples rather than C examples in the documentation? So we've come a long way in the last year with the documentation, so centralizing it and moving all these tutorials. I think that was also a big pain point when I was starting with GTK 6 years ago. You're looking at API documentation and you're not familiar with C or the GTK API in general, and then you're trying to write Python, but the example code in there is in C. That is how our API docs are still like that, so they have C examples in the API docs. I think one thing we've done by integrating the tutorials is it does provide a lot more examples of what to do all in one place. I don't think that fully fixes that issue. I agree, it'd be really nice to have Python in the API docs right along with the API definitions themselves. But currently that's not supported. If anyone has any cool ideas on how we would make something like that happen, I think that'd be great as well. And then the second question was about
auto-completion.
I think about code completion in VS Code and other IDEs. So a lot of IDEs, including VS Code and IntelliJ and others, support adding in stubs. And if you have a environment for Python set up, you can pip install pygobject-stubs, and it has stub definitions for most of the modern GTK APIs. So you do get code completion in your IDEs. So that is supported right now, and it works pretty well.
So a quick addendum kind of on both of those. The GI doc and the stuff that predated it, we do have the ability to mark what language a code example is in. So if we want to really think about how just kind of going back to the beginning of GNOME, one of our big selling points was always that we're not enforcing what language people want to use and write in. We're very encouraging of a lot of languages. So, there's a precedent that we want to think about writing our code examples in multiple languages upstream in the repos. Some upstreams may be more amenable to that than others, but I know for all the libraries and stuff that I maintained, if someone wants to come add code examples, first off, that would be great. And if you just tag them with the right language, and then we can filter them out when we generate Sphinx documentation, et cetera. So that sounds like a great thing we should do. The other thing, which it sounds like there's this PyGObject stubs, Builder will look at if we have a Python language server available, and it will set all that up automatically for you. But it sounds like there's more we can do. Should we be working on a Flatpak SDK extension for PyGObject that includes all these batteries out of the box? Because if we do that, what I can do from the builder side is we'll just add the SDK extension to the Python project template. So it will just automatically download the extension. When the pipeline runs, it'll find the language server if it's in the SDK extension. And if we have the stubs installed with that, we should just get auto-completion and everything out of the box. And that's really our goal with Builder, right? We want it. We don't want you to have to do anything to set up your build environment. It should just be clone, start going. So I guess my question there is there anything we can do to collaborate on to make that sort of problem no longer exist?
Yeah, I think that's a really good thing for us all to collaborate on. I think Builder already provides a really great experience if you're building an app, or if you're building a new app, to get a template for Python and other languages to get up and going very fast. So if there's other SDKs we need to add and bundle with Flatpak to make the experience even better, to get autocomplete or other things, I think, that'd be great for us to work on that as a community. I totally agree.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Here from Scott Jensen, and it is How Can GNOME Explore Bigger Concepts? Go ahead, Scott.
Hey there, so I can just start. I'm going to mute my computer because I'm getting a weird feedback loop. Okay, I'm going to start projecting, and I've got 25 minutes, so I'm going to have to move pretty quickly. So let's get started. Okay. I wanted to, first of all, can I just get a thumbs up from somebody that my screen was projecting okay? Could you see it all right? Good, thank you. Appreciate the thumbs up. That was very helpful. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. The problem is that once I get into full screen mode, I can't see a damn thing. So if you guys need to talk to me, you're gonna have to need to call me or something. It feels a little weird to kind of disappear for 20 minutes. So I'm gonna give it the best shot I can here. Okay, so how can GNOME explore new concepts? I've actually spoken about UX in open source for several years now, mostly at FOSS Backstage. And this is my first time at GNOME, so I'm really excited to be here. But I realized that when I wrote this title, it was a little vague. What I was referring to is effectively desktop UX. And I mean it in the broadest sense. We've got, at the bottom level, we've got keyboard and mice and displays. Then we've got kind of our software tools like windows and menus and files. And then there's actually with the user tasks of things like text editing and direct manipulation. And this has kind of been like this holy grouping of how we wanted to think about desktop UX, but I'm not specifically talking about all of the deep and significant work like the GNOME team is doing, like on the shell, for example, and bugs and incremental features and polish and visual design. I mean, there's a tons of deep and important work that needs to get done there. I don't want it all to not acknowledge that work is being done. But that's not really the focus of this talk. I'm focusing more on effectively new models, new technologies, new ways of doing things. And because historically, I think a lot of times what we would do is we basically copy what the other bigger guys are doing, and we've kind of fast follow behind them. And when I say that, people often get a little testy. And I don't think they appreciate that I mean that as a compliment, because most UX progress comes from good copying. It's not a bad thing at all to copy. And what I mean by this is that quote from Pablo Picasso that good artists copy and great ones steal. And I don't think people really appreciate this quote. It was really used an awful lot by this guy. And he used it in a way that I think is pretty subtle. And I think we should talk about it because good artists naively copy. And they just kind of copy as best they can. They don't really do the full thing. They don't really understand exactly what they're copying. But great ones creatively steal. They kind of make it their own. Because the history of the desktop UI is big and long, but a lot of it started with the Xerox Star, and pretty much people agree that Macintosh stole it, but it was a very creative stealing, right? They realized they didn't want to use a 2-button mouse, they wanted to use a 1-button mouse. They didn't want to use their Windows, they had a different kind of window, and so forth. Whereas Windows, I would say, is a little bit more of a naive copy, and it was for quite a while. I am not going to make any comments about what GNOME was because I just don't know GNOME's history. So I want to be very careful about what I say there. But the point isn't that it was a one-to-one, left to right, steal all the way across. Because of course, once we started getting things running and working more, it kind of echoed back. And so a lot of things from GNOME went into Windows and Macintosh. Macintosh stole from Windows. So everybody is frankly copying from everybody else. I guess I'm trying to make two separate points here. One is a naive copy is far less valuable than a creative copy because naive copies are usually kind of done poorly, right? And the second point is we're running out of stuff to copy. And I think that is a much more fundamental point, because it was quite reasonable for us to let, say, Microsoft or Apple do something first and try it and let them make the mistakes. And they had the big research budgets. That's perfectly fine. But they're like stopping right now. And so our assumption, though, is that there has been a slow, steady growth, and we've reached this maximum nirvana, like desktop is as good as it's ever going to get. We can relax now. And I'm like, no, that's not it at all. I actually think that we're at a local maximum, and there's something much, much better for us to target towards. And it's just hard for us to kind of see the future. This a belief in that we are at a maximum is preventing us from seeing the future. And as I said before, these guys are not exactly leading the way. They're making an awful lot of mistakes right now. And I think it's important for us to kind of talk briefly about that. Apple has mostly, frankly, I would argue, given up on Mac OS. I mean, they're really leaning into their continuity features like screen sharing and notification and universal clipboard, which is fine, but that's an ecosystem play. They just want you to use their devices together. They're not really changing the desktop UX. Other things like they actually went backwards with settings to copy iOS, or they used Stage Manager for the window manager. They're basically saying the future is the iOS and the desktop is this little thing on the side, and we're just going to try to unify them as much as possible. So my point is that Apple really doesn't really want to evolve the desktop UX very much. Windows is just making one mistake after another. It's so frustrating. I mean, these incredibly thirsty OneDrive and Edge signups are making us all frustrated. The latest recall disaster, which recall was actually, I think, a very interesting UX concept, but the way it was implemented caused a lot of problems. I have a personal story. I actually interviewed there to be head of UX for Windows about 7 years ago. And I flew up there, and if you want to go for a job like this, you have to come in with an attitude, right? So I came in, or a position, and I came in with the position I've been telling you now, that desktop had pretty much stabilized and it needed to really go in new ways. Needless to say, they didn't like that, so I didn't get the job, and I think I kind of dodged a bullet because Windows 11, frankly, isn't that much different than Windows 10. And now in the short term, I think people are pretty excited by this because this is driving people away from Windows. Linux desktop usage is up significantly, apparently like 33% in the last year or so. So yeah, in the short term, we're great. This is fun, but I think there's much a bigger long-term risk, because we were using these guys as our research labs. They were doing this stuff, making mistakes, being the canary in the coal mine, and we would steal from them. And I mean that in a good way, and I don't think we're going to be able to do that much more. So we can think bigger thoughts. And I want to make sure I'm really clear here, because I'm fairly new to GNOME. There are a lot of people in GNOME thinking bigger thoughts. I'm not trying to say that nobody is doing that. All I'm saying is we need more of it. And how do we do that? And when I've talked to people that were working on more forward-thinking projects, they were saying, I'd love to do it more, but I can't. I have other things to do, and I have my real job. And so there's lots of constraints that are basically holding us back. But our goals and our architecture are fundamentally different from these companies, for-profit companies. And we can do things that they would never dare with open APIs and much more forking ability to do more experiments. So I believe that we can actually not only do these things, but have a kind of an exponential growth. The more things we try, the more experimentation that we can do. But every new direction feels risky. So if we're at a local maximum, no matter where you go off the hill, it's a step downwards. And so that just feels really weird. So it's hard to talk about the future. And whenever I talk about this online, mostly on Mastodon, I get a lot of kind of pushback on it. But this is not something that's unique to open source or Linux or even GNOME. Reasoning with the future is hard for anybody. And it's particularly tough, I think, with the Linux GNOME community because everyone is understaffed and underfunded. So it's a challenge to do that. We had a running joke when I was at Frog Design. I was creative director at Frog Design in San Francisco. And we weren't in the design business. We were in the design therapy business. We would work with these companies. And, Frog wasn't cheap. And we would do all these workshops and come up with all these really innovative ideas. And they loved it, absolutely loved it. And they would go back to their companies and they would drop almost all of it on the floor. And it's really hard to move from idea to execution. And we really had to work with people to talk about it, to work with their teams, to kind of get it out the door. So what does it take to explore the future? Well, I think there's three key points. And this is the backbone of my talk. We want to avoid framing traps. We want to talk about possible directions that we can explore. And of course, we have to talk about the nitty-gritty of how we ever make this happen, given where we are with funding and people. So the three traps, and I see this a lot on social media. I haven't talked enough to people in the GNOME community, so this is a very broad statement here. I'm not targeting any community on this one, but to say that there's this thing called constraint thinking, making it pretty, and it's a standard. And I think all three of these are kind of slowing us down. So the first trap is constraint thinking. About a week and a half ago, I had this great thread, lots of people chiming in about drag and drop and why it really wasn't working in Linux. And by drag, I mean, sure, drag and drop works, but if I wanted to drag this happy.gif file in the background window from the Finder, into my mail client, it's pretty straightforward, right? What I just simply do is I just go over, I click on it, it highlights, I drag it in, and I'm done. It seems pretty obvious. This is basically impossible on Linux because the way of clicking on that window, basically it brings the window forward. I think you guys call it raising, and it raises it so that if that window is big enough, it means it obscures my target. And it was a big conversation on Mastodon, and it turns out, apparently, that this is an X11 Wayland limitation, and due to something about networking latency issues, that only the click is passed, not the mouse down and the mouse up. That is probably true. I can't speak to that. But the argument was like, oh, that's hard. That to fix that, to make it be mouse down is way, way too hard. And therefore they came to the conclusion, this is not worth it to fix. And that's what I mean by constraint-based thinking. You take a look at the issue, you immediately give it a technical judgment, and then you shut down any conversation about this. And what we did at Frog to do this is we called pretend it's magic. Basically relax your constraints. Think a little bit more creatively. If you have 3 or 4 ideas, then talk about them and pretend that they were possible. And if they were possible, what would you do with them? And so instead of exploring the constraints, you explore the benefit. And you talk about which ones are more important, which ones are less important. And usually of your 3 or 4 ideas, one becomes really exciting. And then not only that, and you find the core value, but more importantly, you find out exactly how it can be used. Because once you know what you really want, you can kind of revisit the constraint and realize that you don't need to boil the ocean and do the whole thing. You can do a much smaller thing that actually is possible to do. So the idea here is that goals melt constraints, and they help you actually understand that you don't need to do too much, because the natural assumption is that you have to fix everything. You don't have to do that. The second one is, a lot of UX designers see this and make it pretty. And I even heard this in a talk yesterday when they talked about that one new product, that they really improved the UX and it's really pretty. And if you really want to make a UX designer die inside, just say that you want them to make something pretty. It's guaranteed to get their back up. Because Windows 10 and Windows 11 look different, but I would argue in many ways they're nearly identical in how the user has to open their apps and move around and access things and use their windows and use the files. I mean, the basic structure is the same, they've just changed things. And so there's a big difference between UI and UX. Really, UI is about making it pretty. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's powerful things that you can do to do things through pixels and pretty. But UX is about progress. How you make progress through your application or your operating system. And it's that flow. So the example I wanted to give is iPad screen sharing. So here's my desk where I'm at right now. And here's a picture of me working on this very slide. And I had heard that you could share your iPad wirelessly as a screen. So I set it up there on the right-hand side. I went into the control panel, clicked on screen mirroring, and just there it was. I didn't have to do anything. I just clicked on it and it just showed up. And not only that, it was shockingly responsive and low latency. It was like really a great monitor. I probably wouldn't do gaming on it, but it was really, really good for text editing. And so the point I'm trying to make here is that, oh, and by the way, if you don't like Apple or if you don't like this particular feature, I don't care. That's not the point here. The point here is to show you what I mean by UX. And what Apple did in this particular case was they really sweated the details on the lower level APIs and how they were able to rendezvous and define these things and how to share their screens effectively, so that all I had to do was click twice and it just worked. And so the point I'm trying to make is that great APIs unlock great UX. And too often, the development happens and then the UX happens at the end, and all you can do is UI hacks. Oh, we have an error situation here. Write a dialog box to make the user feel better about this error. Well, that's not usually, it's much better to have the APIs fixed up front, and that makes things a whole lot better. Now, I understand there's a time and place for this. You can't always do it. I'm just making the point that UX prefers to be on the left-hand side. So good APIs melt UX complexity. And the last one is saying it's a standard, which I've heard practically every month of my life for 30 years. The desktop UX is standardized. It's just like a steering wheel, and we don't change the steering wheel. And this is wrong on so many levels. I actually gave the closing keynote at CHI, which is one of the biggest UX conferences in the world. And I gave it on this very topic, basically showing that a steering wheel is not a standard. Not only has the steering wheel changed significantly and continues to change, it's actually it's like saying that the buggy whip was a standard. Well, yeah, it kind of sort of was, but it became useless because the car came along. And I think that in the case of the steering wheel, we're going to be getting electric bicycles and maybe self-driving cars. So the steering wheel is sort of, people knows what the platonic idea of a steering wheel is, but it won't matter over time. And so saying this means that the world is never going to change. And I think that's a very bad bet to take. No, I'm not trying to be a techno-utopian and saying we should jump on every single technological change. I think we should be slow and methodical. I'm just saying is that we just can't assume it's never going to change. And so innovation tends to melt our beliefs in stability. So these are the three traps we fall into. But now I want to talk about some potential directions, because there's just so much cool stuff happening right now. And I don't think we can count, as I said before, on the big guys to fast follow. There's deep productivity that we can unlock that would really allow us to use these technologies and fundamentally, change what we're capable of doing on the desktop. And I'm talking about things like large displays, and not just AR and VR displays, but just bigger displays and projection displays. And Windows systems right now just aren't really capable of handling them well. So there's also the idea of machine learning and large language model, which a lot of people are understandably very skeptical of. But what I love about LLMs right now is that the open source community is going to town, and they're figuring out ways to do ethical training. They're figuring out ways to completely do it locally so your privacy is maintained. They're even working on the energy consumption level. Now, they're not there yet, but they're making some great progress. So the potential for us to use it perfectly ethically with privacy-preserving ways seems something that's very, very close by. The next one I talk about is CRDTs, which are, if you're not familiar with it, is a very cool file format that allows you to buffer up every change made to a file. I did a project with Ink and Switch about 2 years ago where we built an open source version of Google Docs that didn't require a central storage server, which is really cool and preserved privacy and preserved your data and so forth. And the last one is just a better look at task and history. The best way to think about this is recall, which makes people get nervous. But all of your work, everything we do tends to get saved into a bunch of files. How you got there is lost. Now, on the flip side, we have our desktop environment, our virtual desktops, which is kind of like the shape of things that we do to get there. And that's nice. But we have nothing in between. And so to know what you did and how you did it would allow you to do similar tasks so much more easily. Or what was I doing when I was doing this? There's tremendous productivity gains by allowing the computer to help you go back in time and browse what you were doing. But of course, it has to be done well. Now, there's not going to be any quick wins today. That's not my point. My point, though, is that these are some really amazing things that I think that we could be looking at in an important way. So, but the point I guess I want to make, though, is vision is really easy and execution is hard. And so it's important for us to realize what we need to do for these things to really work. So the first thing I want to talk about is my last research project at Google. I left Google a couple of months ago, was a project called Eloquent. And it was looking at text editing on mobile, which was really a naive copy. I mean, even Apple did this. They just took what was done with desktop with a cursor, and they just blindly copied it over to the phone, and it's a disaster. And now everybody thought it was a standard. Everybody thought it was fine. Everybody thought there was nothing to do. And as I started doing more and more work in this, I realized it was a disaster. It was actually a very, very bad problem. And I was able to do some work, and it was very nuanced, subtle work. It took me many iterations to figure out what it was. And so what I'm basically trying to say is that great breakthroughs are multiple steps. And half of the problem is just defining it. And we have to take those steps to figure it out. And simplistic visions usually fail. So, and then one thing so for example, when we took apart Eloquent, we realized all of the problems came from people were multitasking a single click, and whether it meant to place your cursor, drag the cursor, select the text. And we realized that we needed effectively a secondary technology to allow you to select something. And so we invented a new gesture that let you do that. And we wouldn't have discovered that if we hadn't done that previous work. So what I'm trying to just say here is sometimes you have to take a problem apart a little bit, and you do multiple little, scrums and multiple agile, things to figure it out. So what's really powerful, though, is the FOSS community, I believe, can build these correctly. We have a fundamentally different motivation. And so I think it gives us a huge leg up on these companies. Now, this is thinking longer term, but I do believe it's something that we should get started on now and figure out some way of doing this. There's a statement that is used by EMTs and firemen when they're in critical, crazy situations. They say, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. And what they mean by that is that when you are slow and methodical, you can kind of go through a room and you can clear it out really clearly. And then that allows you to avoid a whole bunch of mistakes. So for us, thinking longer term and getting started on researching these things may feel slow, but it'll be smooth. And it allows us to explore these things in ways that are important to us and give us much better ideas of the kinds of things that we should be working on so that we can kind of pick the right things and actually move much faster in the future. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if an awful lot of you now are just shaking your heads saying, what in hell are you thinking about, right? We are completely understaffed and underfunded. To do this kind of research seems completely pie in the sky. Well, yeah, I think you're right. But that's constraint-based thinking, right? So I'm just saying is that, okay, well, what's our goal? I mean, is this valuable? If we had a couple of projects that were looking at these things, understanding the technologies, figuring out how we might need to change the windowing system to make things drag better, would that be helpful? And how could we do that in a way that actually would be possible? So I think it's important for us to say, do we want this, right? And so where I'm inspired by this is by this company called Ink and Switch. I mentioned them before. I did a project for them. It's a nonprofit research open source organization. It started by the guys who founded Heroku, and they literally do a bunch of research, and it's all open sourced. And I think it's really, really an amazing organization. And I think we need to creatively steal their model. The idea is that you fund a few small teams because so many people in this community have good ideas, but they can't afford to leave their day job to do it. And so if we gave them just a little bit of funding, they could take a few months off and basically do something and work on it nonstop. That would liberate, I think, so many people. And it would not cost a lot of money. Tight focus, 4-month projects, maybe a little longer. But the idea is that you don't boil the ocean. You pick some very specific topic and you work on it and you try to figure out as much as you can in that short period of time and then pause. The idea is that you build a prototype roughly in 75% of the time, and the last 25% you write a paper. You don't write the paper the day before you're done. Because, as I said before with my research, it's really hard to describe in detail what you're learning, what you uncovered. And that paper is critical because the combination of these two things is a powerful way to magnify learning. Now, of course, all of this is open source, but the idea here is that, well, I'm suggesting, and I'm only suggesting this is not official in any way, but I'm trying to get people interested in this, is to start something called GNOME Labs, and people have wanted to do this kind of work. I am not asking for anything that many people in the audience have already wanted to do. The question is, let's start small with limited funding, do 2 or 3 of these small teams, do the prototype, do the paper, and just see how well it works. If we can make it work, if we can steal nicely, then we can maybe get more funding, get more of this started, and just build on that slowly over time. The idea is prove the concept, and then that way we're more cost effective, we're more focused, and hopefully much more collaborative. But the big advantage of this, the huge advantage, is that we create a template for funding. There is lots of funding out there, but it's shockingly hard to give to these individual projects. If we can kind of use the GNOME Foundation name and have a larger bucket of money to give, we can say, look at all these projects that you will get out of this, and it makes things so much easier to do. Now, we have to start small, of course, but I'm saying this is the longer term vision. But even better, because we're open source, I hope somebody creatively steals us, right? And like, Maybe other Linux DEs can do this. Maybe the German government can do it. Maybe, who knows? There can be lots of other little labs popping up, and we can all build off of each other's work. That's kind of really what's unique about open source research. It's so open. So it's a bit sprawling. It might lack a little bit of control, but forking is encouraged. So you work on your little project for a while, and it might encourage somebody else to try something. So I feel this is a really unique way of doing research. It's very practical, but it's also radically open, and I think that has an awful lot of benefits. And the big thing is that we want to learn from others. So I want to stress, none of this work is mainline. No one wants to blow up your precious desktop right now. This is all meant to be prototypes. We'll play with it. And after a couple of rounds, if it's looking really good, we'll talk about bringing it to mainline. So here's the quick summary. And we want to avoid framing traps. Focus on goals, not constraints. APIs, not backend fixes. And try to avoid thinking things are a standard. There's so many possible directions we can explore. I gave you a couple. I'm not trying to say we should do all of them. I'm just saying there's some exciting things that we should be trying to work on. And the smart practical funding model is what Ink and Switch has already done. We're basically copying a model that has already worked really well. So that's really it. I just kind of wanted to give you this very fast 20-minute summary of this whole thing. I'll try taking some questions, but if we can't get to all of them, here I am in Mastodon, and here's my email address. And I really hope to continue this conversation with people afterwards. So please reach out to me. I'm very willing to chat. So that's it. And I'm ready to take questions. Yeah, it was just really weird talking to my screen. I just hope you guys got all that.
It was good. We are at time according to the schedule. We do have a 5-minute break starting right now before we have intern lightning talks. So if people want to hang around and come up and ask questions, we can keep that going. But we will try to keep the intern lightning talk starting on time as scheduled. Any questions in the room right now? Okay, can you come up? Oh yeah, sorry. If you're able, can you come up here so that Scott can also see in here to answer a little more directly?
By the way, if you're in, also want to say, if you just throw things into the elements chat if we want, and I can chat with you guys afterwards too. Yes, please go ahead.
Ask into the computer.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for taking my question. I'm an I'm one of the organizers for Linux App Summit, and which is a conference that tries to build an app ecosystem on the Linux platform, and it has a whole bunch of stuff. One of the things that I know I have problems, and you talk about all those great possibilities of desktops, and Apple doesn't care about Mac OS and everything. I have found that, Miriam, that when I go out and talk about, let's say, a desktop at Linux Foundation events or things like, there's an immediate lack of interest. Like, there's nothing interesting about desktops. And I've been struggling to figure out, how do I approach people to be interested in this topic when that is the immediate reaction. Like, somehow we're no longer important, even though as a group we have built so many things in that, but it's not recognized. And so I've actually been using App Ecosystem as a way to not use that. And I was just curious to see how would you start a conversation?
Well, all I can tell you is that, thanks for the question. That's excellent. All I'll tell you is it took me a very long time at Google to get people interested in mobile text editing, because everybody thought it was a done deal. It was totally boring. And so I feel your pain entirely. So I do believe that's actually a huge problem. All I can say is, I think if we just find a few small groups of people who are willing to tackle this problem, I'm hoping that the work will speak for itself, that people will understand, because the people that you're bumping into are the ones that say that the desktop is a standard, right? That it's never going to change. And that is such narrow thinking. And I don't think we're going to have a magic explanation to tell them that. I'm just hoping to find a little circle of people that believe that there's actually some magic left, and we actually go build it. And nothing kind of speaks than like results, because I agree with you. I don't think that there's these people, it's in their financial best interest probably just to not assume, and there's not much we can do about that. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to switch back to Matrix. See you guys. Bye.
Okay, hands up if you've ever been a GSOC intern or outreachy intern? Really? 3? No, I don't believe you. More people have been interns, right? 4? Okay. Hands up if you've ever been a mentor. Lots more. Very good. Hands up if you'd say GSOC has had a big impact on your life. Yeah. No? Me too. My life was definitely impacted by being an intern. Got me closer to GNOME, possibly got me the job that I have now. Very important program. Hands up if you don't know anything about GSOC or Outreachy and you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, so I won't spend too long introducing what they are, but just for anyone who doesn't know, Google Summer of Code is a paid internship program. So it's very important. Interns who are students from, well, in fact, it's open to anyone now. Anyone in the world who is new to a community can be paid to do an internship for 2 to 3 months, usually, on an open source project. And GNOME has been involved in GSOC since the very beginning, I think. I think we've been involved every single edition. Am I right? Yes. So that's great. And Outreachy is a similar program, similar but different. So Outreachy focuses more on specific diversity issues. There's a really good way of explaining this, so I want to try and get this right. I learned this all from a talk that I saw in FOSDEM this year called Outreachy 1000 Interns, which is a fantastic talk, and went over the whole history of the program, which began in GNOME, by the way. Was founded by Marina in GNOME in 2000 and something. Also another great thing to come out of our community. And Outreachy has changed over its existence, but the way they now specify who can be an intern is that interns themselves say if they are subject to any systemic bias or discrimination in the technology industry in their country. So they decide, and then the Outreachy admins review their applications and say, okay, yes, this is, they decide who's accepted to the program. So really flexible, really meaningful. And I should say as well, thanks to Google for sponsoring both GSOC and Outreachy. Google also contributes to the funding of Outreachy. And the GNOME Foundation also sponsors the Outreachy internships that we do every year. So big thanks to everyone involved in making that happen. Usually this is presented by Felipe, but Felipe couldn't be in the US, so I'm taking his place. I've already talked about what they are. Wait, okay. These are all the internships that are happening in 2024. So the first one actually was winter Outreachy program, well, Northern Hemisphere winter. So that was December to March of this year, 2 interns working on the OpenQA tests. And we now have 9 more internships open. And we have lightning talks from 6 of them. So all of the interns are pre-recorded lightning talks. Unfortunately, we couldn't have any of them here, and the time zone difference is quite noticeable. A lot of people are in Asia or in Europe, and so it's about between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. for them at the moment. So we have pre-recorded talks from 6 interns, and there may be a Q&A at the end. One intern said they'd be available for Q&A, so we'll get to that as well. Okay, so without any further ado, I'm going to play the videos, assuming I was smart enough to keep them open. Yes, I was. So the first one is going to be Bharat Chiaji. They are going to talk about their project on Workbench. And I just need to play the video. And obviously I need to pray that sound is going to work, right? Okay. It's coming out of my laptop speaker. So, okay, what do I do?
Settings, change your output to HDMI.
All right. Oh no, I have to set the audio output in emergency. I've never done this. Oh no, all my random videos are coming up. Okay, settings, sound. Sound. Quick settings, that's too difficult. I don't use the quick settings. Output device, HDMI. Let's test it. Let's test it.
Front, left, front, left.
Front, right. And just turn your volume all the way.
Front, right.
That's still pretty quiet. All right.
Front, right.
Yes.
Front, left.
Perfect. GNOME settings works, a treat. Thank you, everyone. Okay, let's go back to the video. Hopefully now we can hear Bharat as well as see their presentation.
Hello everyone, I am
Yes.
Bharat Tyagi and welcome to my lightning talk. I am a Google Summer of Code participant here and working on improving a few aspects of Workbench. So let's directly dive into my projects this year. I ported a bunch of demos in Workbench to Vala from JavaScript and also a few of them like going back and forth with Python and JavaScript, both of them. Now, some of you may not know what Vala is. So for you guys, Vala is a programming language that is created by developers Uark and Rafael. I hope I'm pronouncing their names right. And the language itself has a self-hosting compiler that generates C code and uses the G object type system. You can either use your pre-existing code that you have, or you can generate that code from Vala itself. Now that we know what Vala is, let's move on to a few demos that I enjoyed using and porting. Like the first demo is Session Monitor and Inhibit. This one was very interesting. It inhibits the user from logging off or idling and shows them a warning message depending on whatever you enter in it. It is similar to how your unsaved Word documents ask you to save them before you can close the application. The next demo, which is to the bottom left, is the Maps demo. It's simply super fun to look at and to scroll around anywhere in the world. It tells you the coordinates of the location you have marked, or it can also take you to the coordinates that you've entered into the fields. Now, the other two demos that I've shown here I enjoyed them because they were a good widget tool, also apart from looking good. So if you would like more details about all the ports that I've made, then it's there on this link. Since most of the ports have been merged, I have moved on to the next part of my project. And currently I am working on bringing some quality of life improvements to the current library in Workbench. Let me demonstrate it so you can understand it better. So on the left side, you have the initial iteration of Workbench. This is where I started with. And as you can see that the search bar is behind a search button. And there were a few people that did not know that the search bar existed before they were told that it did. So what we simply did was we just moved the search bar inside of the library. So right now you can directly see it when you open the library. So there's no chance of missing it. You can also see these two new category and language filters. I will talk about them in a minute. The reason I say this is because before we could implement these filters, we needed to get rid of a bunch of ADW components that do not allow filtering. So Sony recommended that I unlazy his initial approach for the library and get rid of these and move away to better options that allow filtering. Once that was done, I moved on to implementing these filters. Right now, the feature is still a very work in progress and it needs some adjustments before it arrives on your Workbench. So as you can see, the filters do work. They filter out by the languages you want the demos in and also by categories. And it can also filter by both of them together. And it also allows you to search through those filtered categories. So that is the current iteration. And it should be done, like, it won't take much time with the current iteration. So those have been the updates from my end. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being very patient with me. I would like to thank my mentor Sony, my reviewers Diego and Lawrence, Google, and the GNOME Foundation for this wonderful opportunity. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you, Bharat. Great video. Thanks to Sonny and Lawrence for mentoring. And now we're going to move on to the next. So the next two are both outreachy interns, and they're both working on the same project, which is user research, being mentored by Alan Day, and I'm going to have to read this one. Aryan Kaushik. I hope I got that right. And the first one, have I got two videos, or is this a graphics glitch? The first one is Udo, and they're going to talk about their user research that they're
Hi
doing.
everyone, my name is Utoy GBK. I am an early career user experience designer from Nigeria, and I am currently interning with GNOME as an outreachy participant. My mentors are Alan Day and Aryan Kaushik, and my internship project focuses on conducting user research exercises for GNOME. I'm here to give a short presentation about my internship project, and I'd really like to just tell you why this project is so cool. But in order for me to do that, I have to briefly discuss a few other concepts. The first of which I have tagged the dangers of assumption in software development. Permit me to begin with a definition of the term. The Cambridge Dictionary defines an assumption as something that you accept as true without question or proof. Why is this relevant to software development, you may ask? It is relevant because we all make assumptions in our daily lives, and we make assumptions in software development as well. And although we may do this for different reasons, we generally do it because an assumption can oftentimes be a great place to begin fleshing out ideas or building understanding around a subject of interest. But when it comes to software development, there is an inherent risk associated with every decision we make that's based on unchecked assumptions. This is because an assumption, when brought under scrutiny, can end up being discovered as true or false, or in some cases, inconclusive. Now, on the flip side, when left unchecked, we are likely to run with this assumption until we arrive at the finish line before learning about its validity. And depending on the context, the cost of having stacked layers and layers of choices on an assumption that turns out to be wrong can be very unpleasant. Thankfully, in the software development process, this is where user research comes in. In very simple terms, user research is any activity that is done to build understanding around a problem, a software, or the users of a software. And it is a very effective practice for tackling the dangers of assumption in the software development process. There are lots of user research methods to choose from, and each one seeks to help us eliminate avoidable risk from our software development process by validating assumptions quickly and cheaply, consequently helping us to make better choices throughout the process. For our internship project, we have adopted the usability test method as our chosen method to gather insights on a few GNOME applications. But what is a usability test? A usability test is essentially a research method that evaluates how user-friendly and effective a software is by observing users interact with it. They are quite versatile, and they are very useful for discovering subtle things in a software's design that can severely alter the experience that a person has when interacting with the software. Things like findability, for instance. If a user is unable to find a feature in an application, then they will never be aware that the feature exists in the application, regardless of the amount of time and hard work that has gone into building that feature into the application. I can now tell you why I think my project is really cool. I'm really excited about this project because it seeks to help ensure that the amazing work that's being done by GNOME contributors are evident in the user's experience of GNOME software. And it aims to do this by verifying if the intended value of the software is accessible by the people that will use it, instead of assuming that it is accessible. By doing so, we will be able to learn what's currently great about the software and also what can be improved to enhance the software's effectiveness. Our hope is that these insights will then inform design and development choices, which, when implemented, can enhance the software's user experience for GNOME users. We hope to have multiple rounds of usability tests, and we have put a lot of effort into planning and designing these tests. Having recently concluded participant recruitment for the first round, we are on track to start testing some media applications with GNOME users by next week. After running these sessions for the first round, we will then begin analysis of the data that we collect and start recruitment for the second round of tests. My internship experience has been really amazing so far. I did come into Outreachy hoping to learn, and I have learned so much from working on this project. I'd like to end my presentation by expressing my sincerest gratitude to my mentor for that. And I'd also like to express my gratitude to the GNOME project for making it possible for me to have this experience as an Outreachy participant. You can find more about our projects and read about my GNOME Outreachy experience on my blog. And you can also find me on these channels. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Udo. We're going to do one more video, which is Tamjong Larry.
Hello everyone. My name is Tamjong Larry. I am an Outreachy intern at GNOME. My project is focused on conducting usability tests for some GNOME applications. In this project, I am fortunate to be working with two incredible mentors, Alan and Arian. In this project, our goal is to assess and improve the usability of several GNOME applications. Usability testing is a critical part of software development, as it helps us to identify pain points that users might experience, and it allows us to make the necessary improvements for a smoother and more intuitive user experience. In this study, we are specifically testing three media apps: Showtime, which is a video player; Loop, which is an image viewer; and Decibels, which is an audio player. Also, we will be testing the Files Manager. Usability testing involves evaluating an app by testing it on real users. This process helps us to understand how easily users can navigate and interact with an application. And it helps us to identify any issues they encounter and gather qualitative and quantitative data to improve the overall user experience. Our approach in this study involves several steps. The first step is selecting the applications to test. And we have chosen some key GNOME applications which I already listed: Showtime, Loop, Decibels, and the Files Manager. The second step involves creating the test plans and the test scenarios. We develop realistic test scenarios that a typical user might encounter while using the apps. The test step involves recruiting participants, and we select a diverse group of users to participate in our test to ensure a wide range of feedback. The first step is conducting the test. We facilitate the usability testing sessions, and we ask participants to perform specific tasks on the apps while we observe and take down notes. The fifth step involves analyzing the results. After the test, we analyze the data and we identify common issues and areas for improvements within the apps. Throughout the usability test, our goal is to uncover several key insights in how users use the app. And the key goal is to provide this feedback to the design team, who in turn would improve the design of the apps and improve the user experience. Thank you for listening, and I'm excited to be here.
Okay, thanks to Tamjong Larry. I think it's going to get some interesting insights from both of those user research projects. So I wanted to take a quick break from the videos at this point and talk a bit about how the internships actually happen and how you can help to make sure they continue happening. And there are lots of ways you can help interns join and thrive the GNOME community, from ones which are very easy to other ways which are also easy but maybe a little bit more time-consuming. The simplest thing you can do is just make everyone feel welcome when new people pop up in the chat, and when people have their blogs added to the GNOME Planet and they post on Discourse about the projects. It's really important to give feedback, because a lot of people, it's quite strange, right, when you're sat at home on your computer and you haven't come to GUADEC, you don't know who the people are, and if nobody interacts with you online, then it's like a ghost town. So it's very important that we make all the interns feel welcome online, we chat to them, thank everyone for their contributions, and generally make the online sort of community of GNOME feel alive and welcoming for everyone. That's what makes it fun, right? Another thing you can do is propose project ideas. It's great if you can also mentor them, but sometimes we just don't have, if you have a really good idea for something that might be an internship project, then feel free to propose it. There's a GitLab repo there where you can put ideas. I generally find that a good project idea is something that can be broken up into a few pieces rather than one big chunk of work. So for example, the OpenQA test internship that we did was a really interesting project because you could succeed almost straight away, right? You add one test and that's already, there's already a measurable benefit. So sometimes we have projects where the whole thing is kind of one huge merge request and then kind of gets stuck in review and in the end it doesn't get merged. Those projects are okay, but it's great if we can have projects where it's lots of small pieces. I think the workbench demos is another great idea because you can do one demo, you can do 100 depending on your skill level, but either way you've achieved something. So propose project ideas. Volunteer as a mentor. We need more mentors. All the existing mentors are very much appreciated, but we need more people to mentor. It's fun if you've never done it, and it's a great way to get people involved in parts of GNOME, but it's also a great way to meet people and to teach people. One thing I'd like to say, if you've been a GSOC mentor before, then maybe try Outreachy, because they're actually quite different. Like, they both have strengths, and I found it quite a different experience being an Outreachy mentor compared to being a GSOC mentor. Being an Outreachy mentor was a lot more hands-on. The Outreachy project has a lot more structure, and they kind of guide the interns a lot more. And it's also much smaller, so there's more contact between the admins and the interns. So it's really interesting. It's a really different experience. If you've done GSOC but you've never done Outreachy, try that. And another cool thing about Outreachy is you can do it in December when, at least if you live in the Northern Hemisphere, the weather is terrible in December and January. There's nothing to do except go online and mentor interns. So consider that if you don't want to give up your summer, give up your winter. Okay.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
Curious. I don't think that's true, actually. But thanks, Big Blue Button. That could mean that, let me bring up the Big Blue Button window. Okay, so Sudansu is here. I don't know how to say your name. And I don't know if you can hear me. They've dropped off again. If someone could go into the attendees track 2 chat and just ask them to rejoin and say that we'll get to their Q&A after, that'd be really helpful. So the internships committee, for the last 9 years, the internships were managed basically by Felipe Borges on his own, which is a heroic task. I'd like a round of applause for Felipe, please, for all the work he's done. And Felipe has formed a new interns committee and is handing over the reins of this to the interns committee. So I think we have one member of the interns committee here, which is Sri. And we have another member, which is Alan Day, who is in Berlin. Also deserves a round of applause. More people are welcome. Running the internships between a team of 3 is not a huge amount of work, right? And it's more about consistency, but it's not like it's going to take you hours per week. You can do it in a little bit of time every day, or even a little bit of time a week. So if you feel like you'd like to contribute in a non-technical way, that's a great committee to join. And just talk to Sri. He'll tell you how to get involved. And you can also help without officially joining, I'm sure. But there's plenty of ways you can help out. Okay, so we're going to go back to the next 3 videos. The next one is going to be, this is a very special one for me because I'm one of the mentors. So pay particular attention to this one. I'm joking, pay attention to all of them.
Hello everyone.
Oh, that's a good level of volume. The next one is, I always call him Demigod, but it's Divyansh Jain and Rachel Tam, and they're going to talk about the web IDE for Tiny SparkQL. You might say, what's Tiny SparkQL? You'll find out tomorrow.
Hello everyone, my name is Divyansh Jain and I am also known by my hacker name Demigod. I am joined by my colleague Rachel. We are working on a GSOC project for Tiny Sparkle where we are developing a web ID. We are mentored by Sam and Carlos. So the project that we are working on is developing a web ID so that the developers who are working on Tiny Sparkle or Tracker Sparkle can run these queries in a web-based environment instead of running them on a command line tool. This web-based tool will provide tools to visualize results, troubleshoot queries, and more. So the main challenge that we faced were integrating the third-party JavaScript packages in our codebase. Since the Tracker codebase does not use any JavaScript, we needed to find a way to integrate JavaScript in the codebase. Since we used NPM and NPM adds a lot of bulk, so we needed to find a way to minimize this bulk. The second challenge was dropping the libsoup2 support. Since the previous version of the HTTP server supported various versions of libsoup2 library, namely the libsoup2 and libsoup3, we needed to find a way to make the development easier by dropping the support of one of these. So we dropped the support of libsoup2 library. The language support. Since neither of us were familiar with the syntax highlighting and linting, which meant quite a lot of exploring was needed to provide the full suite of Sparkle language support needed in the IDE. Now the changes that we did to the existing HTTP endpoint. We extended the HTTP endpoint to serve static files. We needed to deliver HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files from the G-resource bundle to serve the web ID. Next, we ensured that the changes we did were secure. We ensured that any user cannot access system files through unauthorized paths. Next, we ensured backwards compatibility. The existing HTTP server supported querying Sparkle queries, so we ensured that those functionality remain. And since the HTTP server became more and more complex as we added new functionalities, we needed to find a way to make it easier to debug. So we added a logging system which logs all the incoming HTTP requests and outgoing HTTP responses. Now I will pass on to Rachel.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I'll be telling you about how we solved the main challenge we mentioned earlier about JavaScript third-party packages. So we found that it was quite necessary to use the third-party packages just to make it easier, not having to build the editor from scratch. So to make sure that this does not affect the main code base that much, we are using Webpack, a JavaScript bundler, to actually help us with this process. So the way this works is that we will be writing HTML, CSS, JavaScript files in just a normal web development kind of way. And then these files, instead of being directly served by the backend server, they will be bundled up using Webpack such that all the third-party dependencies are bundled up together instead of having to keep the entire package around. So that actually takes out a lot of the bulk needed, and that also means that people who are not developing on the web IDE itself will not have to experience any NPM related bulk as a result of us introducing web IDE to the Tiny Sparkle code base. So these Webpack bundles will then go through the Meson build process to be compiled into G resources, which then is served by the libsoup server without any extension to support JavaScript per se. Now I will show you a quick demo of what we've been doing so far. So this is the main interface of the web IDE. We have an editor here that we use a third-party package for, and some spaces here for notes that we will add, as well as a result space. So using a simple query, you can see that the results will be tabulated on the site here. We have checkboxes here, so you can show and hide various variables when you have long queries. And in the case of an invalid query, we will be error reporting as shown here. And yeah, that is what we have so far. In the future, we will also be adding some error highlighting functionalities as well as some bookmarking and so forth. And I hope you look forward to that. And yeah, thank you for today. Do keep up on our progress on our blogs and see you again.
Okay, thanks to Demigod and Rachel for making that, and for being great interns as well. So if it's not, this has spoiled something I was going to talk about tomorrow, which is that we've renamed the tracker SPARQL to make it clearer what it does, right? That it's a database and not something that tracks you. Okay, the next one is going to be Mattia, and Mattia is going to talk about their work on FlatSync. Very slick. There we go.
Hello, I'm Mattia Formichetti, and today we are going to talk about FlatSync, one of GNOME's GSOC projects this year. So, first of all, I'm Mattia Formichetti, a 20-year-old guitar student from Italy. I've always been very interested in contributing to GNOME, but only recently found the opportunity thanks to Google Summer of Code. So what is FlatSync? FlatSync is a project that started out for last year's GSOC. Its main objective is to keep Flatpak apps synchronized between different devices. Most of the work went into developing a daemon that could run in the background to track changes in the installation. The data is then parsed as JSON and stored on GitHub as a gist. While most of the base functionality was already implemented when I started contributing, the GTK application was incomplete. Most of my work, therefore, focused on improving the libadwaita frontend, as well as implementing some features to increase its overall usability. The first thing I tackled was exposing the synchronization so that users may control whether or not the process is automatic, as well as its schedule. This also meant tweaking the conditions that prevent it, such as checking the power saver profile. Now, it's also possible to manually request synchronization, override the conditions. Alongside, I also made some smaller tweaks, such as porting to Adwaita 1.5 with the new responsive dialogues. While I thought about how to present the manual synchronization, I also worked on an initial icon. This was my first experience designing one, as well as using tools such as Inkscape. Through various discussions, it seems clear that in the future it would be ideal to rebrand FlatSync to something that better aligns with the GNOME HIG. This way, a superior metaphor for the icon can also be found. Afterwards, I finally exposed manual synchronization, as well as a nice overview of the app. I also took the occasion to implement a status reporting system that allows the app to communicate with the daemon. This allows it to reflect changes in the daemon, such as synchronization and error states. There's now also a banner to give feedback on the status of automatic synchronization. Further work around error handling led to expired logins now being shown, as well as notifications being sent on errors and warnings. I then went on to implement an initial setup after approval for the mockup. Now FlatSync can be fully configured from the frontend with a much clearer presentation. In the future, it will be possible to filter out the apps that users only want locally. This is going to be especially useful for those who have a dedicated gaming system, as Steam and related software can be quite heavy. While this is the last planned feature for GSOC, I'd very much like to move FlatSync further. This is a mockup that I recently made. This includes the aforementioned rebranding, as well as completing the necessary metadata, including the newly introduced app brand colors. It would also be great to do some bug fixing and take some screenshots, as ideally we'd like FlatSync to release on FlatHub as soon as it's ready. Releasing on FlatHub, as well as being included in the GNOME circle, would mean finally reaching users, which is ultimately our goal. While this won't be simple, and it's unlikely for everything to be ready by the end of GSOC, I'll contribute to this overarching goal as well. In conclusion, throughout these first months I learned a lot about design, partly by actively working on mockups before implementing features, as well as discussion with the community. I also learned more about Rust, GTK and libadwaita. I want to thank my mentor Cogitry, as well as the community, as your help was truly invaluable. I would love to keep contributing to GNOME in the long term, and this internship has been a beautiful start so far. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mattia. And we need more guitarists in GNOME, I think. Yes, we do. I'm going to put on the last one, which is Sudhansa's talk. Let me just check big blue button. Okay. So let's hope I don't mess this up. Are you there, Sudhansa? You're muted. I'm muted. Okay. Can you hear us, Sudhansa? Sudhanshu? Please tell me if I'm getting your name right as well.
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Okay, we're just going to play your talk video, and then we'll do a Q&A where anyone who has questions can ask you. So first I'm going to play the video.
Yes, I'm here. Yes,
hello everyone. I am Sudhanshu Tiwari, and my GSOC project is related to the Vala programming language, which is a popular language to build GNOME applications. My mentor for this project is Lawrence Wilberg, and he has been very helpful in guiding me through the code base of the Vala compiler. So let's take a look at my project. Firstly, let's look at the project objectives. The first objective is to make the Vala compiler support the newest GObject introspection attributes. This will be helpful in generating the Vala bindings by making the task of parsing GIR files more robust and efficient. And secondly, our objective is to add the ability to parse GI docgen links in Valadog, which is our documentation generator, and it is also a part of the Vala project. And lastly, we are going to redesign the valadog.org website so that the documentation pages that are generated by Valadog are beginner friendly. Now, to understand our first objective, we need to know what is GObject and why is it needed. As we know, much of the GNOME ecosystem has been written in C, and C is not object oriented. This makes it harder to develop applications in C because we cannot define any classes and we cannot apply any abstractions or inheritance. But the GObject type system solves this issue by offering object-oriented like features to C programmers. And it also provides automatic transparent API bindings to other compiled or interpreted languages so that we can use C objects from other languages. And Vala is based on this GObject type system, so obviously Vala is also object oriented. And basically when we compile Vala code, the Vala compiler generates the equivalent GObject C code, and this C code is then compiled by the GC compiler to give the output. There are also many Vala bindings to GObject C libraries, so we can use libraries like GTK or libadwaita to build GNOME applications in Vala. And GObject introspection is kind of a middleware layer between C libraries that are based on GObject and the language bindings. So its purpose is to make it easier for language bindings in other programming languages like Python, JavaScript or Vala to call functions that are defined inside a library written in GObject. And it does this by providing some metadata files that language bindings can look into, And these metadata files include a GIR file, also called a GObject introspection repository file, and it is an XML file containing introspectable metadata that a language binding needs, like functions, classes, or structs, etc. And the other metadata file is a typelib file, and it stores the metadata on disk in a binary format for fast disk access. So as an example, here is a GIR file. It is an XML format, and this GIR file tells the language binding that there is a union called foo inside the namespace test, and this union has two fields, bar and main. And the identifiers here in the red color in this file are the GIR attributes. So this file can be parsed by an XML parser, and the language bindings can be generated from it. So this is the list of the latest GIR attributes which the Vala compiler currently doesn't support. And as part of this project, we are making the XML parser inside the Vala compiler parse these attributes so that the language bindings can be generated. And our next goal is to add support for GI documentation format to Valadoc. Valadoc is a package that generates HTML markup from the documentation comments inside Vala programs or in GIR files. And in most GIR files, the documentation comments are in GI.gen format, but Valadoc only supports the older and under-maintained GTK-doc format. And as we can see in this table here, both GTK-doc and GI.gen use a different format to render links, and Valadoc can only support the GTK-doc links. So as a result, the documentation pages of many libraries in valadoc.org render the GI.gen as plain text, and the links are not clickable. And here, for example, we can see the documentation page of the interface accessible in the library GTK, and the links here, they are not clickable. So part of our project is to make these links clickable by making Valadoc parse them from the documentation comments. And as the last task of our project, we are going to redesign the valadoc.org website. Here we can see that the website has a dark background, and this makes it harder to read the documentation, and it is also not mobile responsive, so we are going to make the website mobile responsive as well. So this was a brief overview of our project, and please feel free to ask any questions. And thank you.
Okay, so you're live. Let me see if I can get the camera on so you can see us. Okay, you're live at GUADEC. I'm going to bring the laptop down here. You can see everyone. Well, hopefully you can see everyone.
Hello.
Hello, and we're going to do a quick Q&A so you can ask questions about that specific project, or about your experience as an intern in general, whether you're enjoying it. Who's got any questions? I've got a question. What time is it where you are? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, actually I can't hear you. Actually the voice is not clear.
You can't see me because I'm... So what I've tried to do here is put you on the stage so that you can see the public. So I'm at the side here.
Yes, I can see.
Okay, great. So any questions specifically about Valadoc? Philip has a question. Do I have? No, who has the other microphone? Maybe, yeah, you'll have to come here and speak into the laptop. We're still getting to grips with the hybrid world.
So I speak into this or into
I think into both.
Into both. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm curious about how, how exactly the web page for Valadoc is generated. Is it generated directly from the GIR file, or do you take it from the vAPI files? Is there some intermediate step to go through those?
Okay, so actually Valadoc is a part of the Vala project, and it uses the Sphinx documentation generator, which builds the HTML documentation from the documentation comments. So Valadoc parses the documentation from the GIR files and also from the Vala programs. So yes, it takes the documentation from the GIR files and then it parses them, and then it uses the Sphinx documentation generator to generate the HTML pages from them. And that is how the valadoc.org website is generated. Actually, I hope I made it clear.
Okay, yeah, you got that. So it comes from the GIR files, right? Okay. Any more questions? Evan has a question. It's quite a big room, as you can see, so it takes us a while to get to the front. You can use that one, apparently.
Okay. Hi. So I'm wondering, when you were adding support for the new annotations, if you ran into anything tricky, particularly around the async annotations.
Could you please repeat?
Yeah, I'm wondering when you were adding support for new annotations, if you ran into any issues, particularly around switching Vala over to the async annotations instead of like guessing what async functions were.
Right. Yes, I was a bit confused about how to add support for the async functions. So I asked my mentor about that, and he helped me a lot. So to add support for the finish function, for the glib finish function, we added the support to the GIR parser. So actually earlier, the GIR parser was guessing about how to declare a function async, because there was no robust mechanism to find whether a method is async. So we use the glib finish function to declare if a method is async. So what we did was we declared a method async if it has a glib finish function. So that is how an async method was passed from the GIR file. So yes, I ran into some issues. I was actually confused initially about how to implement support for the attribute, but my mentor really helped me, and I think that part is completed now. And you can check out the Vala repository also. I have made merge requests, and you can check out. Actually, we have implemented the support for async functions now.
Okay, what I'm learning is there's a lot of... Oh, go on. There's a lot of shared issues between all of the bindings, Vala, Python, JavaScript. Everyone has the same headaches. Okay, do we have any more questions? Or we can ask questions about internships in general. You have a room full of mentors. Okay, well, if not, I wanted to wrap up by quickly calling out every project that we have this year and every mentor. So I'm going to go back to the... Thanks for joining us, Sudhanshu. I'm going to go back to the presentation quickly. And I have to go back again. Hopefully this goes quick. Okay, so... no, that's too far. Okay, so the projects that we didn't have talks from, we didn't hear from Angelo, but Angelo's doing a project adding TypeScript support to Workbench. We didn't hear from Marcus, but Marcus is
You are currently
working on
the only
papers.
person in this conference.
And we didn't hear from Pranjal, but Pranjal is working with Jonathan to put part of the crosswords app, libipuz, to Rust. So thanks to everyone for joining as interns, and a huge thanks to all of the mentors. I'd like a round of applause for everyone who's mentoring and participating.
everything they do. That's wonderful. Ending day 2 of GUADEC 2024. Thank you everybody for joining us online and remotely. Thank you all for being here in person. I got 4 announcements. So 4, we're gonna remember the number 4 for the moment. 4 t-shirts left for sale. Unless you buy them online, in which case we have unlimited numbers. We got 4 tickets left for baseball. We have 4 tickets left for the walking tour. We have 4 spots left in the lightning talks. Isn't that amazing? 4, 4, 4, 4. But tomorrow, we're going to be back here at 10. Not 4. So 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. So 4, 4, 4, 10. So we'll see everybody back here at 10 o'clock local time. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Additional announcements not related to 4. If you'd like to make a donation, make a donation. If you have a code of conduct question or issue, we got the folks running around with the hats. They're all available to answer any questions. And I think that sums up everything. So we look forward to seeing you guys, we look forward to seeing everybody back tomorrow. Thank you.